And they're racing. Distorted Pro in search of 3 in a row, out very fast. Likewise for Citrus Bay to the inside. And between runners, Hayaz right there. Central Park fourth, but very close. And 4 line up now with 5/8 to go. Trekking is Hey Now, 6 from the lead. And to the inside of Your Romantic. Two-pronged pace battle. Hayaz to the inside of Distorted Pro. Make it 3. Central Park fast into the far turn. After that, Citrus Bay, 5 out of it, feeling the Shakopee heat, about to be passed by Hey Now and Euromantic. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and that 3-headed pace battle continues to slug it out between them. Distorted Pro, Hayah has the inside, and Central Park the outside. Watching it from 6 out is Hey Now. Hayah the first to hoist the white flag, and Central Park is trying to take the lead from Distorted Pro. Then it's Hey Now into the final 125, and we begin Thursday with a spine tingler. Central Park, Distorted Pro. Central Park prevails. Fuentes last in. And they're racing. Whistler off sweetly, not so much for Bucking again, started in last. Whistler from the outside crosses over with a 1-length lead. Cinco Majestic is good to go. After that, Arvu's Taboo, and between them is Rudiano. Then we come back to Lemon Meringue with the shades on, 6 lengths out of it, and about 3.5 clear from Bucking again, chasing Whistler. And Whistler is whistling a sweet tune off the far turn, leading it by 2. After that, Fausto da Silva pushing on Arvu's Taboo. Cinco Majestic taking second. Kelsey's all over Rudiano. Then we come to Lemon Meringue running on Whistler 3. Whistler shifting ground in doing so with a 3-length lead. On the outside, Arvu's Taboo starting to pay attention to running with Cinco Majestic in second. But Whistler absolutely dominated at 1-9. And they're racing. Number 5, Shirley Sings, missed a few notes out of the gate, about 20 out of it. The others kick on. Global Risk with good speed. Then it's Collier. After that, we have Princess Vanellope in third, stalking about 2 lengths from the front, and right in front of a Whistle with Glass. Then we come to a recovering Shirley Sings. Holy cow, flying right by the firster, Wicked Hope. Now to be just about 13 lengths out of it, and they head into the far turn chasing Collier, and Collier has taken the lead from Global Risk. After that, we come to Princess Vanellope advancing a bit to the outside. Then it's Prattle. Whistling with Class is losing ground rapidly back there with Shirley Sings, and as they head for home, it is Collier kicking clear impressively, opening up an 8-length advantage at 2-1. Princess Vanellope's to the outside of Global Risk, and then it's Prattle to the inside, all left in the wake of a keen turn of impressive speed by Collier, who dominates. 6-1-7 in race 3. And they're racing. Shaman Says was off 2 steps slowly. Josh's Drama pops the gate speedily at 9-1 with Riding Solo to the inside. And after that, we have Rhino to Grace. And as they head around the turn for the first time, it is Josh's Drama establishing lone speed by 2 from Riding Solo. Now, riding up on the inside is Catrick. Wider out, we have Blues Traffic. Wide around the turn, but on the move, 5th and about 4 lengths from the lead. Then we come back to Supreme Leader Sequestered to the inside of Latin Force, and outside of that, Commissioner Oscar in the clear, 8 lengths behind Josh's Drama, who still leads it by 1. After that, we have Shaman Says, last but only 9 lengths from the lead, and into the far turn they roll. Josh's Drama trying to pull some upset drama. Riding Solo in second. Right behind them is Catrick begging for a way through. Then we come to Blues Traffic, definitely right in the thick of it. Josh's Drama a neck. After that, Rhino to Grace. Now Latin Force is closing up on the outside. Then we come to Supreme Leader, 7 lengths out of it. Commissioner Oscar second last, and the firster Shaman Says at the tail. Josh's Drama jumping all over the place. Inside, Catrick's making a big move, and so is Supreme Leader next to the rail. Then we come to Rhino to Grace. Up goes Catrick at 30-1. Catrick is 30-1. Josh's Drama comes back, but Catrick has blown the tote board to Bemidji. Here come the baby boys, and there they go. And a Rock'em Sock'em Connection pops beautifully, opens up a length and a half on the field. Then on the inside, A1, B1 between runners begging for trouble. And outside of that, Pierre Noel's beginning to rev up. Also up there is Boulevard Boss, and still leading it is Rockin' Sockin' Connection. After that, about 6-7 lengths back to Mo Dingers to the inside of Waka Waka. Then it's Blushing B with a 1/4 mile to go, and it's Rockin' Sockin' Connection. Rockin' Sock Connection leads it, but now has a challenger in the shape of Boulevard Boss. Behind them, begging for trouble, about 4 lengths out of it to the inside of Pierre Noel. Into the final 150, and Rockin' Sock Connection has opened up an insurmountable advantage and crushes at 10-1. Begging for trouble ran second. Pierre Noel finished third. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Got Ghosted, the speedy Minnesotan at 3.5-1 out of the gate, flashing some speed. Kal-El is next to the outside. Then it's the long shot General Crook on a turf course that provides long shot after long shot after long shot. Then it's Legally Ready. That one is a bit wide, but advancing. The rider has the black colors just off the heels of Kal-El, 2 out of it. Mr. Insensitive is advancing to the outside of General Crook. So those 5 are separated by 4 and are the same margin clear from the 4, Mr. Cougar. And the one loping along in last is David's Faith, in search of 2 in a row at 15-1. Up the barn side into the far turn, and traveling in perfect harmony, Got Ghosted and Kal-El. A couple of Minnesotans disputed. Legally Ready is steadily advancing to the outside. Legally Ready is on the move. Behind that one, General Crook. Then we come back to Mr. Insensitive. That one's closing in. A country mile back to Mr. Cougar and even farther to David's Faith. There at the top of the stretch, race 6, CBY. Cal L trying to be Cal W. Got ghosted next to the rail. Mr. Insensitive is passed, legally ready. And they have 4 in a line into the final football field. Mr. Insensitive takes off from legally ready and got ghosted. Mr. Insensitive prevails. Away they go. Very slow beginning for Mia's Angel. Swift beginning for Factor That. And the 4-5 favorite jumps on the field. Drop Cold is hot in the early stages to the inside of Grace Lace. Mighty Maddie wide around the turn, 3 lengths behind this fast pace. Factor That picks it up. Well strung outfield, already separated by about 15, and they're chasing Factor That. It is 257-914-386 as they head up the Canterbury Park barnside. Factor That in hand and in command. In second, Drop Cold. In third, Grace Lace. In fourth, Mighty Maddie, 4 lengths from the front and about 4 clear from Molly's Mia. Then it's about 5 back to You Can't Get What You Want, and that one's a good 10 lengths from the front to the outside of Honeycrisp. Behind them, Blazing Performer, and after the bad start, the one in last is Mia's Angel, and the one in first is Factor That, still clear. Factor That gives up the inside to Grace Lace. Mighty Maddie's on the move to the outside. Then we come back 5 to You Can't Get What You Want. Inside of that, Molly's Mia. Between them, Drop Cold, and they're coming home now. Factor That between them. Inside, Grace Lace. Outside, Mighty Maddie. Behind them is Molly's Mia. Then it's Honeycrisp on the inside. Factor That is turning away all challenges. Factor That with a late charge from Honeycrisp, but it's too late. Factor That, wire to wire. Settling. And they're racing. Great beginning for Lupito and Oliver Steele. Then is Traveling Trixie. He's coming in hot. It's coming in really hot at 2-1 on the outside. Likewise for KQ's Dreaming. He's coming in hot with Lupito. Pay that 7. It is He's Coming In Hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota for Hall of Fame night. Under mostly cloudy skies, the main track is fast and that turf course listed at firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's stakes-laden 8-race card. Races 1, 2, 3, and 4 offer no changes. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are clean. Race 1 starts the first 5. Race 4 starts the final 5 with that carryover of over $17,000. On to race 5, where we scratch the 3 Northern Angel and the 5 Sassy Mama. Take the 3 and the 5 out of race 5, and with those scratches, we have no show, no trifecta, no superfecta in race 5. Race 6, scratch the 5 Jose Patio and the 10 Ion Rye. Race 6, take out 5 and 10. Race 7, take out number 4, Vow. Race 7, scratch 4. On to our 8th race, where we scratch number 2, Steal the Spotlight. Race 8, take out the Deuce. Main track fast, turf course firm. Hall of Fame night, 5 stakes races in play, and a carryover into that final 5, pick 5, of a shade over $17,000. Up next, we go to the studio, anchored by Jeff Madey, and up right after that, Touchdown Tiles today at the races. Enjoy.
Well, good evening and welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madey. I'm joined by Kevin Gord. Kevin just went through the scratches. Not a lot of them. A couple of key ones, but not a lot of them. We've got a great night of racing. It's Hall of Fame night. Before we talk about that, though, let's take a look at the next few days at Canterbury. Tomorrow, one of your very favorite days, Extreme Race Day with ostriches, camels, and zebras. And it's a great, if you haven't been to it, it's a family affair. It is a lot of fun.
It is good fun. And those ostriches are my favorites. They're a feisty bird. But we have a lot of fun on Extreme Day. It's a great day to bring out the kids. If you've got friends in the neighborhood that don't know about it, it is something you need to see up close around these exotic animals. It's unbelievable, the spectacle, the wonder of it all. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock. And again, your last chance for live racing for almost 11 days, right? We shut down for the rodeo.
9-day break, yeah.
So it's important to get out when you can.
And that rodeo, that's another thing. If you haven't been to a rodeo, that really is a family affair as well. It starts out, I think the rodeo is next Friday and Saturday night. It's only, I think, $20 is general admission, so really nothing. And there's a pre-party that starts at 5, then the rodeo action starts at 9 there's bull riding that closes it out, but barrel racing, bronc riding, bareback riding, roping, calf roping, whatever you'd expect from a rodeo, it happens. There's clowns, there's music, there's all sorts of great things. So do check it out. I think that's going to be very, very successful.
Yeah, get up close and personal with that rodeo.
Yeah, the bulls, that's fun. Now, on to the standings here. The jockey and the trainer standings. We'll start with the jockeys. Take a look at the Loeffler leaderboard. Luis Fuentes, only eight up on Eduardo Gallardo now. That lead is starting to narrow.
It is, and Gallardo's starting to work his way back into some barns like Mac Robertson's barn, which is always a good place to be. I think it's going to come down like it always seems to, Jeff, to that final month of racing in September. These jockeys take great pride in winning a title, and I think you see a board full of people here that can try to chase down Luis Fuentes, who's just been so consistently good so far this season at Canterbury.
Absolutely. Then we take a look at the trainers, and Mac Robertson atop the where he's been many times, many years, atop the leaderboard here, 2 more than Tony Rengsdorf. But the Jose Silva barn starting to win a lot of races.
They are, and I think we've talked about this a little bit. You can't sleep on Joel Berndt. He's just too good. Mac Robertson, arguably the greatest trainer in the history of this racetrack. Joel Berndt not far behind. And I think that number will change. I think that will tighten up. And tonight's one of those pivotal nights, too. Mac, is sitting on some real nice spots tonight. Doesn't guarantee you victory, but I'd be shocked if Mac didn't have a crooked number in his win total this evening.
So whether you're wagering here or wagering somewhere else, use your First Bet app. If you bet, make sure you register. There's a drop-down. Register for the promo. If you bet $100, you get a free $10 rebate. Well worth doing because you're going to bet $100 anyway. Take the $10 free and move along.
Free money.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Hall of Fame night. Let's talk about some of these races. We're going to mix your pick 5 into your first 5. Now, that's not the carryover. We're going to talk about the first 5 because there is a big carryover late in the card. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that throughout the night where there's a $17,000 carryover. I'd guess a couple $100,000 maybe get bet in. Maybe that's aggressive, but I think it could happen. But let's get down to the first races first. Now, we'll pull up your whole pick 5 after we talk through these. Let's stay out of race 1. Race number 2 is the Victor S. Myers. A young horse named Street Warrior has run one time and won by 14.5 lengths.
It's exciting when you see a horse debut, and this is a Joel Berndt trained horse, and you see a horse win by 14 lengths. And one of the other horses in this race is Mach 2, who's a very talented sprinter. He ran second in that particular race, came back to break his mate, and did so by winning by over 5 lengths. And you've got Frosty View in here, who won the $100,000 Northern Lights Futurity last year. So it's a talented field. I think Street Warrior is the X factor. We just don't know how good he is. He also hasn't faced this kind of pressure. So it's a deeper, obviously, field than he's faced in his debut. And I think it's a very intriguing race in the Victor S. Myers.
Jump up to race number 4. It's the Minnesota Turf Distaff. Midnight Current has won this race the last 2 years, looking to do it again. Comes off what I think might have been, and it's hard to say it's the worst effort of her career because it was still a decent effort, but she's much better than what we saw in her seasonal debut.
Yeah, she is. And I think she needed the race. She's 6 now, and it's a little tougher to just come out first time back off that long layoff. Hadn't raced in September here at Canterbury. No doubt Joel Berndt had this in mind, so I think you're going to see her progress through the season. That was just a prep for this. You're going to get her A game today. The problem is her A game, we'll see how good at age 6 she is because she'll have to beat horses like Gypsy Reward, Scent of Success, and then her old barn mate, Let's Skedaddle. That's a very fun race in race 4.
Not a horse in that race that would be a head scratcher if it were to win. We lost a couple horses out of race number 5. Extreme Diva was going to be favored, will be the prohibitive favorite in this race. She is talented.
She'll be 1-5. And, this is race 5, so it links up both the first 5 and the final 5. And, I think you're going to see 90% of the tickets in both these pick 5 bets be singled to Extreme Diva. If she runs a race, she wins. The question is the layoff. She hasn't raced since March, Jeff, and that can be a problem. I see 2 workouts. They're both on the slower side. They're breezes. You have to trust Mac Robertson. She wouldn't be in here unless she was fit and ready to go. And if she's herself, she wins. But the layoff gives me a little cause for pause.
The Ralph Stranges is the 6th race. Very deep race. Now we're scratching Jose Patio, the 5. We also scratched the horse that could have been favored, Ion Rye, the 10 horse is out. But there's still a lot of speed, and I know you like a sneaky closer in here.
I'm going to try Half Brother. I was super impressed last time out by this Gary Shearer trained horse. And this is the turf debut, certainly bred to handle the turf. But when you see a horse run this well on the main track, and I'm talking yet to be off the ticket, 3 straight wins, and we're going to switch surface, there's a reason for it. Xavier Dave will be favored. He will be the horse to beat, but I'm going to try the 7 Half Brother. Very fun race in the Ralph Stranges.
And the 7th race is the Mr. Dale Filly and Mare Turf Sprint Overnight Handicap. Of course, Mr. Dale was one of the founders of Canterbury Park, passed away unexpectedly last year. And I always say this, we probably wouldn't be here today at Canterbury Park if it wasn't for Mr. Dale. So we honor him tonight with this turf sprint. And to me, the most difficult race of the night, at least for me. The way I handicap, I can't really solve this puzzle.
There's nobody here I could throw out. I think Asina is sneaky for the Butzos. I know Barry's got his suit on. That's a winner's circle suit for sure. Peppermill is super talented, the 5. She's very fast. She'll be the horse to beat, probably the horse to catch. But yeah, Mr. Dale, who had one of the greatest sprinters in the history of this racetrack in Croc Rock, will be thinking about him tonight. What a sweetheart of a human being he was.
That's a very good race. A couple of Minnesota breds on the outside, and Thunder's Rock and Roll and Cupid's Crush, and I think both of them can win. Let's talk about the pick 5, but let's specifically talk about your first 5, where there's a 10% takeout, the lowest in the nation.
Yeah, if the track's going to give you the free space on the bingo card, I've got to take it. So I'm going to single race 5, the 2, and it's all going to come back to trying to get some prices early. In the first race, I used 2, 3, 5, and 6, hoping for a price. Looks like a wide open race. Second race, 1, 2, and 3, Street Warrior likely wins, but the 2 to his inside can handle it. 1, 2, and 6 in the third, and then the real key for me is I've got to find a way to get by Midnight Current. I've got her on my ticket, but I need 4, 5, or 6 to make the value go on that ticket. It's a $72 play, single to the 2 in race 5, who I do believe is going to be 1 or 2 to 5. So we're going to make the most of that by finding some prices early. And I love both the pick 5 sequences to have that free space so you can spread a little.
Absolutely. And we've got overlapping pick 5. So you're going to start that one and maybe use some of the horses that you just talked about when we start the final 5, which has a $17,000, nearly $18,000 carryover. There were prices galore the last time we raced. I think there's a 30 to 1 and maybe a 13 to 1 or something like that in the mix. The thing carries over $18,000 in the pool already with a 10% industry low takeout. This thing could pay well.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a couple $100,000, maybe $250,000 by the time we get to race 4 to start that final 5. And then if you can find a way to beat the big favorite in race 5, Paul Allen's talked about this, and it's a great handicapping angle. If you can be one of the few handicappers that tries to beat that horse and has an extra option in that race 5, and that horse gets beat, now you've eliminated 90% of the tickets. Now you're talking a payoff that could be $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. That's why you play the pick 5, specifically at a track like Canterbury with that 10% takeout.
We do know that the Oracle, a well-respected handicapper, one of our handicapping members on our team, Honorable Mischief, he is trying to beat Extreme Diva. So that's risky. I think, to me, either single her or you try to beat her and don't use her at all. And if you don't use it at all, and you're right, and you can complete the sequence, bang, it will pay a ton of money. Now, we've got Angela Herman. She'll be out and about all night long. Paul Allen, of course, our race caller. They're down in what we call the hot tub in the Cantor Theater right next to the paddock. They're going to be doing the Today at the Races program. And it's brought to you by Touchdown Tile, and that's coming up very shortly.
Good Saturday evening, everybody. Welcome to Hall of Fame night at Canterbury Park. 8 races for you, a big $17,000 plus carryover in the final 5. A lot of good stakes races, some of the best Minnesota breds you will see running today on Hall of Fame night. I'm here to break down that 8 race card. This is Today at the Races, and joining me, the voice of the Vikings and several other things, Mr. Paul Allen.
And including your race announcer here at Canterbury Park, if they let me call the 8 tonight. And Angela talked about, she mentioned a pick 5 carryover. It's $17,584. It begins with race 4, the second of 2 pick 5s. In the business, we call it the final 5. It's about 640 Central. And why do we have a pick 5 carryover? Why do we have another carryover? Because all we've had all season are long shot after long shot winning on this Canterbury turf course, and it happened again a couple of days ago. So bet more, win more. Don't bet show. Play that pick 5. Hopefully you can win a ransom.
Yeah, 10% takeout on both the first 5 and the final 5, but no carryover on the first one. There are some good turf races involved with it. We do start with a little bit of rain, but fast and firm were the track conditions as of about half an hour ago, and a lot of that good racing is on the turf, and it'll be a good opportunity to see some horses who have had their earlier season races rained off and see them get to strut their stuff against each other. Some old rivalries, some new rivalries, and a lot of it, again, taking place on the grass, but really good races from start to finish. And we don't agree on all of these. Sometimes on nights like this, everybody sort of sees things the same. Not the case for you and I today.
No, and there's one later, specifically race 5, where everybody agrees on a horse that's going to be the biggest favorite of the entire evening. And race number 5, from that pick 5 standpoint, and just like opinions formulated, and like people play multiple tickets and stuff, like singling one here and using all there. That race is going to be a big key to this evening, but as part of a stakes racing evening where Angela last night was the MC for our Hall of Fame ceremony. And for us here at Canterbury, as we go in the cornfields, we happen to be pretty proud of that Hall of Fame with Richard Bramer and Cheryl Sprick and who else went in?
Hot Shot Kid.
Yeah, Hot Shot Kid, Shotty, right. God rest the soul of Warren Bush. Linda Bush has a horse in this evening. How was it last night?
It was a great vibe. I mean, you get together the people who have had different legacies. We were talking about this, different ways that they've impacted Canterbury Park, but without almost every person in that room. I mean, maybe not me, I'll get there, but every person in that room contributes to Minnesota racing and Canterbury Park to being what it is today. It was a great honor to be a part of that, and a great honor to bring forth some of the members who have left indelible marks. Sprick and Bremer, whether it be breeders, owners, they take on so many different facets of Minnesota horse racing, and Hot Shot Kid really could do anything and pop up at any time. Just when you maybe thought that Hot Shot Kid was done towards the end of his career, he goes and pops at Keeneland at 23-1.
Yeah.
And the emotion that his connections put into both talking about last night and throughout his career, and now his second career as an eventing horse, it's fun to comment on. It's fun to take you through the stories of all of them, and for them to then take you through more stories of their own. It was a great honor to be a part of it, and a great honor to be part of this day too, because some future Hall of Famers certainly are in this card, whether they be the human or the equine variety, right. And seeing them all come together makes this night what it is.
Well, I'm not trying to have you get in your feelings too early before race number 1 and that final 5 pick 5 carryover, but one of those future Hall of Famers happens to be number 1 in race number 4. Your favorite horse.
I would hope so.
We've had Real Quiet, and then we've had probably one or two in between. But Midnight Current, it's every so often I'll get a picture from Angela at the Joel Burnt Barn, just like snuggling a horse's head. And the horse is being super cool. It's the mare Midnight Current.
We like each other.
And not only from a picking standpoint or pick 5 standpoint, I mean, she's just a loving filly, isn't she?
She's gorgeous. And I mean, part of the reason that I first got attached to her was for what you mentioned. Real Quiet was the horse that got me into the sport. By far, his best son is Midnight Luton. That's the sire of Midnight Current.
Wow.
She looks a lot like him. She's not as big and broad. Right. She's a little more fine-boned, petite sort, yeah. But she brings that same fire to the racetrack, and that dark black color is very easy to pick out in a group of horses, and Midnight Current is usually towards the front when it comes to Minnesota bred things. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in the 4th, but we got to start with the 1st.
Well, and before we handicap and start giving the top 2, 3, the top 3 we select in each race, and we will, if we're going to make a win bet on a horse, we'll tell you I'm going to bet this horse to win if the odds are this or higher. If there are any pick 5 leans we can give, we'll try that. But the first is the Heliskier Memorial. Now, speaking of Canterbury immortality, those of you who have come to Canterbury for many years, you may remember Marlene Colvin's Heliskier, trained by Mac Robertson. Derek Bell rode the horse a ton. And you talk, I mean, you're in the paddock more than me. You talk about a picture of beauty. That was that's as, along with KZ Bay, as beautiful a racehorse as I've ever seen.
He was a big dude, and I'm actually going to get the chance to talk to Marlene a little bit before race 1.
Oh, sweet.
Made her way all the way here, yes, for the Heliskier Memorial. How could she not? She was always here when he raced. She was always watching, a big supporter of Minnesota racing, and gave us one of our favorites over the years in Heliskier. So we're going to get a chance to check up with her before his race. And, I mean, what better way do you start off Hall of Fame Day than Marlene talking about Heliskier? It's great.
Absolutely love it. The Heliskier Memorial's race number 1. Main track is fast. This begins the first of 2 pick 5s. And with that second pick 5, again, the carryover approaching $20,000 begins with race 4. It's only 50 cents. And why don't you go ahead and scoop some chips on races 1, 2, and 3 so you can load up on that pick 5 ticket and maybe hit it by yourself.
You got a good idea there.
Well, I got no scratches or rider changes here in the first. I pick a 2-6-4. Laws of Man, my top selection. My second choice, Win Trip, is your top selection. Do you look at this as a 2-horse affair, or like how you handle this?
Yeah, I did narrow it down to these 2. I thought maybe Win Trip might take a little bit more money. I thought that he should be a higher price than he probably will be, but wouldn't it be fitting to see Mac win the Heliskier Memorial and win it with Win Trip, who has a pedigree to be a pretty nice one. There's some very quick sprinters in his family tree. He hasn't quite lived up to that yet, but really looks like he took a huge step forward with a minor drop in class last time. I mean, he blew that field away. I don't really know how much we're going to make of that field in the future. However, Win Trip did it right, gets the outside post, and showed that customary speed, but a willingness to stay back. He didn't have to go after the leader. He didn't have to get into the jaws of a duel. He just bided his time and went by. I think that he and Laws of the Man will probably travel pretty similar in that respect, and they might have some horses that want to come from way out of it behind them and not too much to chase. So I don't think either one of them will expend themselves too much close to the front end.
Yeah.
So yes, I did see it 6, 2, and 5, but you took Laws of Man. How come?
Yeah, it's and with Laws of Man, and this is like the second time I've said this, maybe in the last month, maybe third, regarding trainer Wade Rarick. I mean, Wade is not a one, it shows here, 1 of 13 trainer. Okay, that's just not the case. And T-Bone Strick isn't here to go 138. But Wade Rarick is 9 for 13, second and third. And they've been, just losing aorta smashers. So the barn's running well. LAV, Luis Valenzuela won back-to-back races on Thursday, so LAV's feeling good about himself now. And this was a consistency thing for me, where just with Laws of Man, we have a couple of seconds off a win. The horse through 5 starts is making nearly $3,000 a start, which is not terrible for claimers. So I just kind of know what I'm going to get from Laws of Man. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I'm going to take that one first and Win Trip second. In the second race. And this one begins a pick 4 here. No scratches, no rider changes. The morning line favorite is Street Warrior at 8-5. That debut by Street Warrior, Miss Angela, was quite impressive. I'm going to try to beat that one with the other burnt, but I know you like number 3.
I do like the 3 Street Warrior just because of how quickly he got to things. It wouldn't be abnormal to see a horse run a good race first time out, kind of like Frosty View did. He lost by a little bit, but he broke slow, showed speed. Street Warrior did none of that. He broke maybe a stride or 2 slow, but he picked things right up, and he drew off by, as you can see, an open margin over Mach 2, who lands just to his inside.
In 111.
Yeah, exactly. On a sloppy track. I mean, who's to say what he'll do on fast dirt? Who says he needs the lead? He just completely outran that field. So we find out more of what we're working with Street Warrior as far as his tractability. He will get more of a tussle, I'm sure, on the front end, but I thought that the tussle would come from his inside. So I had to take Street Warrior over Frosty View, mostly for that reason. Maybe if their posts were reversed, I would go the way of your horse. But Frosty View's hand, I felt, gets forced by being on the rail. Anyone to his right that wants to challenge him could take that rail away from him. Thus, I will take 3-1-5. This is still a stacked class and a little amount of things could make a big difference in here, especially with how close or how far back some of these can lay. They're not a one-dimensional group of 5, so it might be just whose day is it? I think it's Street Warriors Day. What about you?
Bye, Johnny. Good luck with the Final 5 tonight, the Moosey. I like Frosty View for this reason. Now, with Street One, and Eduardo Gallardo, maybe Angela said this, Eddie G., who won 6 races last week, is having an awesome season. Yeah, he rode both these horses, and he has chosen to ride Street Warrior, and this is a $40,000 purse. So this is a $2,400 scoop for the winning jockey before they pay their agent. So races like that, they're all significant, but these are separators, and that matters to me. Where Eduardo Gallardo decided to go. However, I'm going to get a little in the weeds here with Frosty View, and that one post is the reason I took Frosty View, because if you look at the last 2 races, and one in the mud, one on a fast track, is for the 5 furlong mark, you see a 57, okay? So no matter the course condition, the weather or whatever, this horse can get 5/8 and 57 and whatever. And that's hard to find in the rest of the field. So you see a lot of 22s, you see some high 45s, low 46s. They may all be together, but when they hit the top of the stretch to the 8th pole, that's where Frosty View is getting that 5/8. Where the other horses are doing it really 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths slower. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to go that way tonight, but I would assume Frosty View has to gun from the inside. And if that's the case, I just like the stayability, the tenacity, and the fortitude, with Frosty View, through the totality of it, including the 5/8. So I don't think it's going to be that great of a price. Street Warrior might be an extremely nice horse, but I'm going to take a 135. 135 in race number 2.
Out to the turf for race number 3. This is an allowance going 1 mile. We don't have any scratches or rider changes in the 3rd race. You start with
Steam Team Unison.
I know. We started with Mr. Muldoon on the inside, who ran great from the outside post last time. Draws the rail today. I kept trying to find instances where horses would get too far in front of him, or where horses would duel with him.
Yeah.
Horses would somehow take him out of his game and not let him run a duplicate to that last race. I just couldn't come up with a proper one in time. I took him over Brit Blitz, because Brit Blitz is one of 2 from the Joel Burnt stable, but I thought that he might be able to lay a little bit closer. I mean, Time Muse shows some speed, but it's not really quick. And if this horse doesn't get the lead, it looks like he's not quite the best version of himself, and I don't see him getting it in here. But I like Mr. Muldoon. Kevin likes Mr. Muldoon. What do you map out in your trip for Mr. Muldoon when you pick him to win?
With Mr. Muldoon, with the last 2 victories, you've either seen the horse clear on the lead or battling a little bit and then able to pull away, like off the far turn. Now, when the horse was pressed 2 starts ago at Oaklawn, the horse took the lead into the final furlong, but clearly got tired. But I got to go back, believe it or not, just to know that this horse stylistically can come from off the pace. There was a 6.5 furlong sprint that went in 19-1 when this horse was 2. So just learning where the horse came off, past horses, attacked, went by and won. I don't think that's going to have to be the case here, but I think Friesum's going to be all about gunning on the outside. And I'm just not sure Mr. Muldoon's going to be able to run away from them. I thought it was the right horse to pick. The connections are going great guns right now. One thing that's my mind is open to is the other burnt horse, Time Muse. Now, we got our leading jockey, Luis Fuentes, taking a call on a horse who hasn't run since April, but last ran at Keeneland. Didn't run that well, but nevertheless, well enough. If Fuentes is getting on this horse in the morning and there's something that he likes, well, then that could be a separator here. 156 for me. And I'm with Ange. I mean, do you think this, Mr. Muldoon should win, but don't you think this is kind of wide open a little? I mean, this is going to pay $1 million if this horse doesn't win.
I didn't think it was that wide open, but I thought that Mr. Muldoon could either adapt to being on the lead and doing exactly what he did last time, or sitting just behind the lead, and when horses tire out in front of him, he will be in the right place at the right time looking for some way through. I thought maybe the same with Brit Blitz, but he just hasn't run as fast up to this point in only 3 starts. So I have to give him the benefit of the doubt and take it 1, 3, and 2. But you and I and Kevin agree with Mr. Muldoon. That rail theme will not continue with the 3 of us in race number 4. This one is nice. This is the next of our stakes races, a handicap race going 7.5 on the turf. Some of the titans of the Distaff division on turf meet up in here. Some really nice min-bred fillies and mares. We agree on Midnight Current. You already let the cat out of the bag for why I like her, but this is a much different case than I thought Mr. Muldoon, because Midnight Current probably is not going to clear off. She's going to need some luck, but the key for me is a little bit firmer course. She went on a yielding course last time and staying a little bit closer because she dropped further back off the pace than she has in a long time last out, and it yielded her a second place finish at a low price, but I think with the inside, she can stay closer and be a better representation of some of the past efforts that she's put in against these types.
Well, and this one begins that pick 5 with the carryover of 17,584. So, I mean, if you're getting a ticket together and you got friends and family members here and you're each thinking about putting up like $20, $30 or whatever and putting together a bigger ticket, how do you start? I mean, I pick it 154. I took Midnight Current simply because she's just so classy, and her last race on that yielding turf course, I mean, she ran second, but, you know, in watching it back, it was just, she just never got going. She just kind of spun it the whole way. And, you know, I think the second off the layoff with a work in between, I think that's going to help her. I thought she was the right one to take. Let's Skedaddle. Let's Skedaddle has beaten Midnight Current before. And Let's Skedaddle is coming off a relatively long layoff, just like last year when she went 134-4 for a mile. So, and she's trained by Mac. So the Let's Skedaddle can run. I pick at 154 here. How many are you using in the pick 5 here with race number 4?
I'm going to use 3 of them. One of them is Let's Skedaddle, just respect for her past form on the turf, even though it's going to be her first start of the year. The other one I threw in is Retired Kathy. And you got to keep your eye out for Retired Kathy because of how she's run. If you're a figures person, she's not your horse up to this point. But she's been running against mostly 3-year-olds, then came up here against state-bred allowance horses, and she just might not have the figures that jump off the page to you, but she has run so well. Don't be deterred by those at all.
Every time.
Yeah, if everything goes according to plan for her, they'll all go up there and duel with Lock It Down. I didn't see that happening, so I put her in second, but she will be coming late. If she's my warrior and Lock It Down can somehow maybe suck scent of success and Midnight Current up into faster fractions than they'd like to chase, this will be the horse that's coming to get them late. So I took it 1, 2, 6, and 5, but we both agree on Midnight Current, and hey, maybe the Hall of Fame is in her future. Just add another jewel to that crown, hopefully today in the 4th.
What do you think Midnight Current will be below 9-5, below 2-1? Are we talking a heavier favorite here?
I would guess so. I'd guess maybe even money in the neighborhood, something like that. But it'll depend how they look out here, and it always on these days depends on how their connections are doing in the early part of the card. You know, if Mac wins 4 races leading into the end of the card, no matter what he brings over to saddle, it's going to take money. I'm not saying that in the 4th at this point, but do keep an eye out for that later in the card because sometimes horses will take a ton of money based on their humans rather than their form. Not the case in race number 5. There's going to be a short-priced favorite in this 5th race. Scratch the 3, Northern Angel, and scratch the 5, Sassy Mama. The late pick 4 starts with a short field, but still with a very talented one, and Extreme Diva is the horse to beat. If you can beat this horse in your first 5, in your final 5, and I know that some people like the Oracle are taking a shot against her. Good luck, Oracle. Not going to be an easy task, but if they're somehow going to beat Extreme Diva, who is it going to be and how are they going to do it?
See, that's the question is who? I mean, now Extreme Diva hasn't run since March. All right, so we are coming off a layoff. Now, you know, that's one angle if you're trying to beat her. She won a $150,000 stakes race in Hot Springs. I mean, that's no joke when you're able to do that. She's our Northern Lights debutante champion. Okay, depending on what type of crop of 2-year-old Minnesota-bred fillies you feel she faced, she destroyed them. The layoff and maybe, you know, some trouble, which you can't prognosticate. I can't find a way to beat her. Minnesota Rose is looking to win 2 in a row, just broke the maiden, did 6 furlongs and 14-1. Honorable Mischief is looking to win 3 in a row. This is who I picked second. Now, I mean, Cody Rosine, look at that win percentage. Leading jockey on Honorable Mischief, and then you get to call them all. So, yeah, I'm going to single number 2, and if I play 2 tickets, I'm going to go 2 and 4.
Fair enough. And I've singled Extreme Diva on mine. Lots of people are going to single her. If you think Honorable Mischief can maybe beat her to the lead and get a big enough margin between them, or if you think that Call 'Em All is going to take a big step forward, or Minnesota Rose, you have to get pretty creative to find a way to beat her. It's not like there's a huge layoff in play here. She ran so well at first asking and at second asking up here. Lots to like about your heavy favorite in race number 5, other than the price. On to the 6th, back to the turf. This is another
Best race of the night.
Yeah, this is another stake, and this is one that's going to have a lot of its members left. It got a little bit trimmed last year, but still, the winner from that heat is back in here in the Strangis. Take out the 5, Jose Patio. Take out the 10, Ion Rye. Both of these horses had some speed to them. Both of them were going to take money. Do you think that there's enough speed left in the 6 to set things up for my top pick and your top pick?
Yep.
Or, okay, and tell me, I guess, how you see Half Brother and Xavier Dave moving through this, because I think a lot of us like both of them. I took it 8-7, you took it.
I'm 7-8-6.
There you go.
Now, there is an abundance of speed in this race. And the majority of the horses who show the early speed through the opening quarter and opening half, they don't really have a lot to their past performance equity, where they've like come from off the pace multiple times and made money, or made a lot of money. Now, but just look at this race. Kurt's Choice is looking to win 2 in a row. Hap Hot's looking to win 2 in a row. Angel's Magic goes for the for the new connections for the first time, and this horse is super talented. Sir Sterling won the 10,000 Lakes. The Alligator Hunter's looking to win 2 in a row. Half Brothers looking to win 4 in a row, making his turf debut. Xavier Dave is the defending champ. Then you get Silver Dash. Why do you like the defending champ?
I liked Xavier Dave already because of all the pace to his inside, but maybe being able to move in a post and being able to stay close and get the jump on some deep closers in here. I don't think your horse is a deep closer. I don't think mine is either, but Silver Dash might be trying to come from off it. The Alligator Hunter won't be too far behind, but I think that the goal might be to keep him a little bit further off and let some of the horses on the inside stretching out go and duke it out on the front end. He'll be an interesting factor to it because I thought that the Alligator Hunter and Xavier Dave might be looking for similar trips. It will be a matter of ground saving, I think, for both Half Brother and Xavier Dave. I just think that they might travel in a tandem. I really liked Xavier Dave's effort last year in this race. I really liked his effort on the dirt leading up to this because he's not quite as apt, at least it has seemed lately, on the dirt as he has on the turf. And if you can be forgiving about that mile in the slop down at Keeneland, and that's very forgivable, he's put together a set of races that set him up pretty perfectly for this, and I really like him in this spot. I just don't think we'll get anywhere close to 9-2.
Half Brother, Hap Hot, Half Brother, Half Brother, Hap Hot. Half Brother is super compelling to me, and this is a by faith dice roll. Okay, Kevin, another member of the Steam team, also picked this horse. Half Brother never has run on the turf. All right, now Half Brother likes to be close to the pace and is not as speedy through the half or 5/8 as some of these others on the pace on the dirt. First time on the turf, and De Silva won 6 times last week. First time on the turf, coming out of a race that was pretty fast. And the fact that this horse is just annihilating fields. And clearly there was a problem where, he had won one time with 4 seconds up to January of 2023, then basically unseen for a year and a half or a year and a few months. Came back at Evangeline, crushed a field. Went back and watched the race in the mud here at Canterbury against Baxley and Frosty View and some others. The race was over on the far turn. I mean, you could just tell Half Brother was going to crush. So I really like this horse. The sheer bars are going well. If this horse takes to the turf, then I think we're going to make some money. So I'll go 7-8-6.
We got to go quickly through the 7th and 8th. The horses are in the paddock for
such
race
a good
number
time
1.
out here.
We are. The 7th, 5 furlongs on the turf, the final of our stakes races. Scratch the 4 vow. Quickly, I'll just say I have 3, 5, 7, and 1. We'll see if Tour Queen can do a whole different version of what she did last time. Come into Minnesota and take some stakes money with her. But Tour Queen has her work cut out for her, quite frankly. 3, 5, 7 for me.
Yeah, I'm going to go 6, 4, 1 here. This is the final race in that pick 5 with the carryover. It's a toughie. Good job by everybody putting these races together. I'm going to take Dixie Girl 2, who won at this level 2 starts ago and did pretty well. It is 6, 4, 1 in race number 8.
Okay, 5, 4, 3 for me. They are out here for race number 1. Do stay tuned. I'll be talking to Marlene Colvin soon. Thank you very much for coming out here and joining
Nice
us.
job. Let's go Steam Team.
Yeah, let's get some money in your pocket. Steady up for that late pick 5. The first is just under 10 minutes away.
The sweet sounds of Sir Leonard Dykert lead them onto the track for Hall of Fame night here at Canterbury Park. Main track fast, turf course firm. No changes here in the first. We offer win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and race 1 starts the 50-cent first 5, pick 5, with an industry low 10% takeout. The first 5 and Hall of Fame night start in just 6 minutes.
Just got a look at Heliskier. Marlene Colvin is with me right now, the owner and breeder of the wonderful Heliskier. How does it feel to be here today, to see him in action again, and to be a part of the Hall of Fame festivities?
We have a great gathering, and we have 5 states that are sponsored here today. Quite a group to be here. I'm so glad. Yeah, In memory of Heliskier, honey.
I know that his inspiration is here today. Tell us a little bit more about how Heliskier was named and who's here today.
His Heliskier name is named after my nephew, Dr. Heminger, because he does heliskiing in Canada. Not too many people are familiar with what heliskiing is, but when Heliskier was born, I had to name him, so I named him Heliskier.
It takes a superior athlete to heliski and to do what heliskier did on the track. Marlene, we always love seeing you here, love hearing the stories. Someday I'll get that recipe for the rhubarb crisp, but for now, we'll enjoy the memories of you and of heliskier, and thank you for everything that you two have added to the history of Minnesota racing.
Appreciate it, honey. Thank you very much. Everybody's having a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene.
That was fantastic. Great job. Welcome back, Marlene. A minute to post. HOF night, provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. HOF Day is also provided by Atomic Data. Stakes racing begins with race 2. The pick 5 with the carryover of nearly 20 grand begins with race 4. And race 1 is about a minute from now. So welcome. It's post time for Saturday at CBY and for HOF. Laws of Man 3-2, and the next to go in. Welcome to our featured groups. They would include Man's Day at the Races and Jess's 30th birthday. Here's Midnight Royal. Wind Trip, last in line. Have fun, players. Fast track, and here they are. And they're racing. Ooh, very tight beginnings for Laws of Man and Midnight Royal. The two checked first, then Midnight Royal went all the way back to last. Meanwhile, Wind Trip from the outside avoided all of the consternation and crosses over with a one-length lead. Alcazaba, the Irish, is next. Laws of Man recovers from the tough start to make it 3 astern. Approaching the turn, Color Me Legendary behind said trio. After that, we have Midnight Royal out of last and 7 lengths from it, and Kapala's at the rear. Off the far turn they go. Wind Trip keeping the head in front of Alcazaba, who's pesky at 4-1. Laws of Man 3 out of it, 7 clear from Midnight Royal. Color Me Legendary and nothing from Kapala. And they're coming home now on the John Deere dirt. Inside Wind Trip, between them Alcazaba. Laws of Man trying to overcome the tardy start and run down Wind Trip. It is Wind Trip saying no to everybody and turning them all away. It is Wind Trip taking them gate to wire. Number 6, Win Trip, ran first, 6:25, and a 4th place photo. 112.32 was the running time. Racing at Canterbury also is provided by Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, Pepsi, and Quick Trip. The first race provided by Loeffler. That's the Upper Midwest's largest privately owned business technology and service provider. Midnight Royal 4th. Race number 1 is official. The second race is the Vic Myers. No scratches, no rider changes. Into the winner's circle for the Cody Classic camera, it is Win Trip and Serafin Carmona. The winning owner is John Mentz, and the winning trainer, our leading trainer, Mac Robertson. Win Trip, victorious 2 consecutive times, is a 4-year-old bay gelding by 3-hour nap out of 5-star Swank. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. John Mentz. Now, the second is courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury. And if you want to save money the easy way, use Xfinity Mobile and learn more at xfinitymobile.com. The Vic Myers, 22 minutes from now. And they're racing. Ooh, very tight beginnings for Laws of Man and Midnight Royal. The 2 checked first, then Midnight Royal went all the way back to last. Meanwhile, Win Trip from the outside avoided all of the consternation and crosses over with a 1-length lead. Alcazaba, the Irish, is next. Laws of Man recovers from the tough start to make it 3 astern. Approaching the turn, Color Me Legendary behind said trio. After that, we have Midnight Royal out of last and 7 lengths from it, and Kapala's at the rear. Off the far turn they go. Win Trip keeping the head in front of Alcazaba, who's pesky at 4-1. Laws of Man, 3 out of it, 7 clear from Midnight Royal, Color Me Legendary, and nothing from Kapala. And they're coming home now on the John Deere dirt. Inside Win Trip, between them Alcazaba. Laws of Man trying to overcome the tardy start and run down Win Trip. It is Win Trip saying no to everybody and turning them all away. It is Win Trip taking them gate to wire. Hey, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box, and I'm Paul Allen. Welcome to the HOF portion of the stakes racing equation. And this is great. Race number 4, that begins our pick 5 with a carryover of nearly 20 grand. Race 6, the Strangest, that's the best race of the day. Race number 7, the Mr. Dale Fillies and Mare Turf Sprint. Randy Sampson, our boss and the president and owner of the racetrack, he's going to be up here sharing memories of the late, great Mr. Dale Shenian. This is the Victor S. Meyer. Street Warrior is undefeated. Angela, Kevin, 2/3 of the Steam team. I guess the handicapping begins with what to do with number 3, Street Warrior. And good evening.
Good evening, PA. Ange and I were just talking about Street Warrior on the ride down on the escalator. We've seen a lot of great-looking maidens over the years at all tracks win these emphatic first-time outs. And second time out, we don't know what happens, right? Like sometimes they just keep going. Other times, it's not the same set of circumstances, so it gets a little tougher. But, boy, this horse sure impressed first time out.
Yes, he did. And he was also a 3-year-old first-time starter. It's not like one of the 2-year-olds that came to hand very early. It took some time to get him to that point. Maybe he liked the sloppy track. Maybe he liked the small field size. You know, maybe there's just a couple of things that were working in his favor that day. Those things will not be in play in here because these are the cream of their generation. Street Warrior is one of 2 from the Burnt camp. Paul likes the other one on the inside. I know that you both like a horse named Half Brother Later, and this one just ran 3rd behind Half Brother. Frosty View, make me a case.
Well, Frosty View to me looks like a horse that's developing some versatility. And in a race like this, when you've got young horses sprinting 6 furlongs, patience can be a virtue. Now, from the inside post, I'm not sure he gets to exercise that patience, but let's just say he breaks a little tardy in the 2 and 3 go. He looks like a horse that's learning to sit behind and try and pounce. Frosty View has talent. We saw that talent last year, Ange. $100,000 stakes race in September as a 2-year-old. This horse can run. Flat out, talented racehorse. I don't love the post because I think the hand gets a little forced down there inside, but I would not be surprised if this horse ran a big race.
Yes, and I talked about that with Paul earlier in the day. If their posts were reversed, I may be more inclined to look at Frosty View, but being that he landed inside of everybody else, it leaves him really with either one game plan or the hope that things are going to open up in front of him, and the 4 racing against him are pretty nice to hope that they would just part waters and let him through. That said, Frosty View does have 2 starts this year and did get an earlier start to the races than his stablemate Street Warrior last year. Proved very handy. Right at first asking, I mean, that was a better than it looks second, even though, you know, the chart makes it look pretty good. He ran his eyeballs out after a very slow start. He hasn't really replicated that slow start until last time around, so if you're willing to forgive that and you think he likes a fast track, he will be very tough for the rest of them to run down.
No question, no doubt about it. Mach 2 is a horse that's super interesting. The Butsos, as always, great supporters of racing in Minnesota, so on a Hall of Fame night, got to give their horse a long look. He's got to make up some ground, right? He ran against Street Warrior 2 back and just couldn't keep up. Ran a good second, but albeit 14 lengths in the rears. Came back last time, though, and took another move forward. And to me, that's the storyline. Probably a better horse than the last time he saw Street Warrior.
And he has lots and lots of conditioning this year where you might see only 1 or 2 starts for some of them. In the year 2024, you get a lot more out of Mach 2, and they were all towards the front end, but he did show a willingness to at least contend and duel and keep going, and that's vital for a young horse. It is another maiden breaker, kind of like the 3, but their maiden breaking efforts were much different. And like you said, 14 lengths separated them the first time that they met. That's what led me and you, I'm sure, to Street Warrior. But how's he looking down here?
Yeah, this is a night, folks, where you're going to want to watch these horses from the paddock all the way to the starting gate. It is very humid here in Shakopee for those that are watching on television monitors throughout the country. But yeah, the 3 to me, this Street Warrior character that came out and debuted so emphatically, seems to be handling the heat just fine. What I look for is I want to see a little bounce in the step, but I don't want to see too much wasted energy. You know, you've got to keep yourself composed in this heat. You're not going to need a lot of extra movement to get warmed up, and I think so far Street Warrior looks the part of a very talented racehorse, and I think he'll run back to that debut. Don't love the even money. I do think this horse could be special, and that's why I put him right on top.
Yeah, he looks nice down in the paddock, but so does the horse right behind him, General Battle Axe. And General Battle Axe has more experience doing a variety of things, so there's more possibility for him beyond this race. But General Battle Axe has still run well enough against Minnesota bred sprinting, where even if you think he gets second or third, this is a good stepping stone to something else that they might be eyeing down the road for General Battle Axe. He has plenty of starts this year as well, and a lot of those were from off the pace. He would absolutely adore if the 3 to his inside and even Superstar Swank decided to try to go up and separate from the rest of them. burn each other up on the front end, bam, he would come and get them. I had to use him underneath, though. It hasn't necessarily been that kind of track lately, and these are quality speed horses that he's going to have to run down. His work is cut out for him.
It might be, but he looks really good physically in the paddock, and you never count Pete Matson out when the big money's on the line on a night like tonight. And there is a scenario where the inside three hook up, and General Battle Axe is a proven horse that can sit off and pounce. He's on 7 days rest, but I think on his best day, he can compete, and I don't think he should be 10-1. The final horse in line, you just mentioned it, Superstar Swank. Mac Robertson is sitting on what could be a very good night. I called it. It's going to be a crooked number. He's got one in the holster already. Outside attack post probably gives this horse some trip options.
Yes, and he did stay much closer with that option last time around. Even though he had the rail, he stayed very, very close to the pace comparatively to his prior 2 starts this year. They were at the same level. He does have to take another step forward, but if he stayed as close as he has to Frosty View and General Battle Axe in the past, why couldn't he do the same today?
It is the $40,000 Victor S. Myers, the first of 5 impressive stakes events tonight on this Hall of Fame night at Canterbury Park. All kinds of great wagering options, including an early pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then the stakes horses are going to get it on.
Tonight, HOF night marks the return of Sir Leonard Dykert and its ballyhooed. Welcome back. How about that? Welcome back, Lynn Dykert. Great to hear you again, and great to see the runners for the $40,000 Vic Myers, and here they are. Number 1 is Frosty View, ridden by Luis Valenzuela. The owners, Charlene Gabler and Samson Racing, and the trainer, Joel Byrne. Mike Beeler trains number 2, Mach 2, for Barry and Joni Butzo. Luis Fuentes astride. Eduardo Gallardo rides number 3, Street Warrior, for Suzanne Stables and trainer Joe Burnt. Number 4 is Pete Matson's General Battle Axe. The old Battle Axe is trained by Tim Padilla. In the irons, Alonzo Quinones. And Serafin Carmona rides number 5, Superstar Swank, for HOF trainer Mac Robertson and owner John Mentz. A quintet for the 31st Victor S. Myers, 5 minutes from now. Vic Myers in 2 minutes. The steam on a steamy Saturday right now by the winner's finish line.
Thank you, Paul. We're down here by the finish line, and we got to look at these when they came out onto the track. There's 5, but this is still a very talented bunch, and we wanted to keep an eye on Street Warrior, considering this is start number 2. I'd say that he definitely lived up to the price as far as the looks go. He is solidly built, and he looked rather calm for his second start in all this new scenario.
Yeah, I think the big test for a horse like this is, last time out he had the race to himself. He won by a city block. It's going to be a different scenario tonight. There'll be pace pressure. He'll have to be a little more, I think, gritty when they turn for home. These are proven racehorses here. They're not going to give him a base on balls. He's talented for sure. All the horses in the paddock and now warming up on the track have handled the heat. To me, that's the bigger question. When it's this humid out, how are they warming up? Are they getting washed out? I didn't see any of that, which bodes for a very good race.
And though we did get a little bit of rain before the race day started, it's still fast and firm as we're out here on the dirt. I think that things are going to play pretty fair. But if the fair track is in play and you see these horses run their best races, I would still probably take it 3-1-5, maybe 3-1-4, just how good General Battle Axe looked, but put together an exacta with 1 minute to post.
I'm with you. I thought General Battle Axe looked really good in the paddock, and I think the hope is the 3 can put away the inside 2, and then maybe the 4 or 5 could come gather up second for an exacta. So if you don't want to bet 3-5, but you love Street Warrior like Ange and I, maybe you do a little $20 bet where you do a $10 exacta 3-4 and a $10 exacta 3-5 and try to get one of those fairly priced horses after the favorite in the exacta. It's a fun race because if it isn't Street Warrior, then it really opens things up in the pick 5, and then the exactas and tries could really pay.
The Vic Myers is going off in less than a minute. Paul, take him to the gate.
And they're at the starting gate. It is now race time. Thank you, Steam Team. Street Warrior 3-5. Frosty View, who shares a home with the Warrior, 2.5 to 1. This is the 31st running of the Victor S. Myers. In 1990 at Canterbury Downs, the first running, Hall of Famer Scott Stevens rode Likely Prospect to victory for trainer Mary Surrency. And Sir Sterling, who runs later, won the race last year with Salt of the Earth, Lindy Wade. Dr. Oscar the year before with Chad Lindsay, the Alligator Hunter with the Q for Padilla, and Mr. Matson won this race in 2021. General Battle Axe goes in. Here's Superstar Swank, and here's the Vic Myers. And they're racing. Popped is 1 in the Vic Myers. Street Warrior pops out sweetly, and so does Frosty View. The Burnt Runners go 1-2 early with Mach 2 between them. After that, we come back to General Battle Axe to the inside of Superstar Swank, and LAV and Frosty View put the pedal to the metal and open up 1.5 on the stablemate Street Warrior. After that, Mach 2, General Battle Axe 6 out of it, and to the inside of Superstar Swank, who's 6.5 from the front. Off the far turn they go. Frosty View 1. Street Warrior 2nd, cutting into the margin. 5 lengths clear from General Battle Axe. Superstar Swank's on the move, and they come to the top of the stretch, and Street Warrior challenges his stablemate Frosty View and blows right by. Street Warrior opens up 3. After that, General Battle Axe, Superstar Swank on the outside. Frosty View still in 2nd. Mach 2 is back in last, but they are chasing after the wind. It is Street Warrior and Eddie G, the Vic Myers champions. Street Warrior blitzed them. 3, 4, and a photo. The numbers, 3, 4. 5, 1. The Vic Myers is official. On to the third race and to a firm turf course. The rail is all the way in. No scratches, no rider changes in our third race, provided by John Deere and Tri-State Bobcat. Save big and head to Tri-State Bobcat for 0% financing and rebates of up to $6,000 on select Bobcat excavators and compact track loaders. Thank you, Tri-State Bobcat. Fourth Vic Myers win for Hall of Fame. Check that. Into the winner's enclosure, it is Street Warrior and Eduardo Gallardo, who has 5 victories this racing week. Street Warrior is owned by Suzanne Stables, and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Street Warrior, undefeated 2 for 2, and is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Barbados out of Some Silver Gal. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Suzanne Stables. Welcome to the racetrack, Louis Thayers, 97 years old. Louis Thayers joining us today at Canterbury. And also in the winner's enclosure, we welcome Marlene Colvin. Marlene and her husband, the late Bun Colvin, bred and raced Heliskier, who won this race in 2012 and is a member of the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame. Welcome back to the winner's enclosure, Marlene, and congratulations to Suzanne Stables. KG's down in the winner's circle with the victorious trainer, Joel Burnt.
Always extra exciting when you see a maiden-breaking victory like this horse had first time out. Have to validate that big win. How special is this racehorse? He certainly validated it tonight, Joel.
He's a good one. He showed it in his works before he ever ran, and he's very intelligent. It just does things with ease.
Any horses that you've trained prior that maybe this one reminds you a little bit of?
Maybe Love the Nest.
That's high, high praise. And, you know, tonight's a night we celebrate the Hall of Fame here at Canterbury. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Mr. Bob Lothenbach. He had such a big influence, not only on this racetrack, but on your career as a trainer. And I know he's watching down on us tonight. It's got to be special for you to have some success on a night like this in honor of people like Bob.
It is. We hope to carry on the tradition in his name, even if it's for great owners like the Hannafield. And we just do our thing, and the horses back it up.
Well, the Hannafils have a really nice horse. His name is Street Warrior. And with Cheryl Reeve in the house from the Minnesota Lynx, that race was a slam dunk.
And they're racing. Popped is one in the Vic Myers. Street Warrior pops out sweetly, and so does Frosty View. The Burnt Runners go 1-2 early with Mach 2 between them. After that, we come back to General Battle Axe to the inside of Superstar Swank, and LAV and Frosty View put the pedal to the metal and open up 1.5 on the stablemate Street Warrior. After that, Mach 2, General Battle Axe 6 out of it, and to the inside of Superstar Swank, who's 6.5 from the front. Off the far turn they go. Frosty View 1, Street Warrior 2nd, cutting into the margin. 5 lengths clear from General Battle Axe. Superstar Swank's on the move, and they come to the top of the stretch, and Street Warrior challenges his stablemate Frosty View and blows right by. Street Warrior opens up 3. After that, General Battle Axe, Superstar Swank on the outside. Frosty View still in 2nd. Mach 2 is back in last, but they are chasing after the wind. It is Street Warrior and Eddie G, the Vic Myers champions.
All right, we're back in the paddock for the third leg of that first 5. Very formful start so far as a couple of favorites have survived in the heat. Now we move to the beautiful turf course here at Canterbury, listed as firm. Now we had some rain this afternoon, which we probably needed. It's been very warm in the last week, and now the rain has subsided. We've got a beautiful looking turf course and a fun race to handicap, and I think it starts and finishes with your opinion on the inside horse. He's Mr. Muldoon, and I got to tell you, last time out with that giant crowd on the 3rd of July for our fireworks spectacular, we had 19,000 fans, and this guy had a horrible post. The outside post on the turf is no bargain, and then he stumbled a little bit and broke outwardly at the beginning of the race, gathered up himself, used some of his natural ability and speed to get to the lead, and he never went back, stopping the clock in a snappy 128 flat for 7.5 furlongs. So if he can duplicate that effort, plain and simple, they're running for second. Handicappers will talk about the bounce factor, specifically when a horse comes back on short rest, and this horse has had 7 days off. But on the flip side of that argument is it's Mac Robertson. It's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, trainers in the history of this racetrack, and now we don't have the outside post, we have the inside. With the speed, I think Mr. Muldoon's going to be a handful. The wagering public agrees so far. It's even money up on the board. Now, the value to me right now on the betting board is the Big Gray, who lands in post 2. This is Mission Key. Last time out, didn't fire on the dirt, but his last 2 turf races are a pair of 74 Beyer speed figures. Great post, good stalking style with some kick in the lane, 7-2 morning line set by a professional, and we look up and we see double digits. If you're building an exacta try or superfecta, in my opinion, you got to give that 2 a long look. There is some value on that horse right now up on the board. 3 is Brit Blitz. Joel Burnt looks to go back-to-back. Eddie Gallardo right back on his horse. Last time out on a yielding turf against some very tough allowance company. Just didn't get the job done. Made a middle race move. 2 back, looked really good on this turf course in a maiden-breaking victory. And I love to see a horse like this taking money off kind of a clunker effort. And I trust Joel Burnt to have this horse back in good form. 4 is Jupiter Mission. Quinones gets the call for the Arnett gang. 3rd off the layoff. 4th last time out of 6 on the grass. This is his 2nd turf start, and he's got good bloodlines for grass racing. 5 is Time Muse. Our top jockey is Luis Fuentes. He rides the other Joel Burnt horse, who is a new gelding. Look where this horse is raced. Kentucky Downs, Ellis Park, Turfway Park, and glitzy Keeneland Racetrack. I expect speed from the 5. 6 is Outlaw Run, Kelsey Har for Bobby Klein. All this horse did last time is win at 35-1. And I remember Kelsey after the race talked about how much more confidence this horse had while running on the grass. Her comment was he was a different racehorse. If that's the case, I smell upside. Outlaw Run, not to be dismissed here at 5-1. Just plain ornery gets De Silva and Rushton. Good connections here if you're shopping for a price. Horse has natural speed, so I would expect turning for home. This horse is right in the mix. Outside horse is Freezem. Super Stats Dave, our very highly regarded stats super tip sheet, loves this horse, and I can see why. He's got that outside attack post, and boy, does this horse make a nice impression in the walking ring. All kinds of fun here. This isn't a stakes race, but boy, you wouldn't know it by looking at these horses in the paddock. This could be a real humdinger. It's race number 3. It's turf racing. It's coming up. It's coming at you next.
And the runners are arriving at the gate for race 3. It's post time.
You know I'd take one for you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure, Father.
Mr. Muldoon, Mission Key, Brit Blitz, they've gone in. Here comes Jupiter Mission with Just Plain Henri. Outside of Outlaw Run and Time Muse. Freeze 'em. Last in. Mr. Muldoon, prohibitively favored. Eight in the gate, and it's turf time. And they're racing. Mr. Muldoon comes out very, very fast. Mr. Muldoon is that one with good speed. Just Plain Henri is next to the outside, then Jupiter Mission. Time Muse is between them, 2 lengths out of it. Behind them, Outlaw Run, saving ground around the turn, very keen to go. Outlaw Run now up on the inside of Jupiter Mission and taking second. Behind Mr. Muldoon, who leads by 2. Then we come back to Brit Blitz, about 7 out of it, and to the inside of Freeze 'em, the white horse, and last is Mission Key. Number 1 is number 1 in race 3. It's Mr. Muldoon striding along, leading it by 2. Outlaw Run right behind that, 5 clear from Brit Blitz. Outside of that, Just Plain Henri running away from Jupiter Mission. Time Muse has gone back to last, passed by Mission Key. 12 covers them off the far turn. And the hot favorite, Mr. Muldoon, trying to make them say uncle. Outlaw Run watching the tearaway leader, Mr. Muldoon, from now 5 out of it as Mr. Muldoon runs away and hides by 5. Brit Blitz is next, attempting to take second, then Mission Key from last. Into the final furlong, Mr. Muldoon from Brit Blitz and Outlaw Run, but Mr. Muldoon wants to say bye-bye and takes them wire to wire. Number 1, Mr. Muldoon in a romp, 1-3-6-2 in 1-3-4-1-1, and it's unofficial. Third race official. Mr. Muldoon paid $3, $220, okay. Race number 4 is the Minnesota Turf Distaff. That begins the second pick 5, and we have a carryover pool of $17,584. Nearly 18 grand already in the pick 5 pool from Thursday. It's a 50-cent wager with a nation low 10% takeout. And the pick 5 with the carryover is about 22 minutes away. Race number 4 is courtesy of Maker's Mark and Busch Light. Into the winner's circle for a second consecutive time, it is Mr. Muldoon and jockey Serafin Carmona. The Mr. is owned by Extreme Racing Stables. And the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. And they're racing. Mr. Muldoon comes out very, very fast. Mr. Muldoon is that one with good speed. Just Plain Henri is next to the outside, then Jupiter Mission. Time Muse is between them, 2 lengths out of it. Behind them, Outlaw Run, saving ground around the turn, very keen to go. Outlaw Run now up on the inside of Jupiter Mission and taking second. Behind Mr. Muldoon, who leads by 2. Then we come back to Britt Blitz, about 7 out of it, and to the inside of Freezem, the white horse, and last is Mission Key. Number 1 is number 1 in race 3. It's Mr. Muldoon striding along, leading it by 2. Outlaw Run right behind that, 5 clear from Britt Blitz. Outside of that, Just Plain Henri running away from Jupiter Mission. Time Muse has gone back to last, passed by Mission Key. 12 covers them off the far turn, and the high hot favorite, Mr. Muldoon, trying to make them say uncle. Outlaw Run watching the tearaway leader, Mr. Muldoon, from now 5 out of it as Mr. Muldoon runs away and hides by 5. Britt Blitz is next, attempting to take second, then Mission Key from last. Into the final furlong, Mr. Muldoon from Britt Blitz and Outlaw Run, but Mr. Muldoon wants to say bye-bye and takes them wire to wire. Number 1, Mr. Muldoon in a romp. 1-3. All right, next up on HOF night is the Minnesota Turf Distaff, and here comes the big mare, Midnight Current. She's 4-5 and favored, beaten last start off the layoff, but she's looking to win this race for a third consecutive year. Is she looking good down Paddock Way? Let's find out. Here's the Steam team.
Yeah, what a fun way to play the game tonight with that big Pick 5 carryover, fans. Got to remind you, just short of $18,000 in this final 5. Pick 5, it starts with a humdinger, the Minnesota Turf Distaff. And this is not only a great race, but these horses in here are special, and all of us are race fans, and we've grown up watching these horses from the time they started their careers. I know you are very, very fond of Midnight Current, and not just because you've made some money with her, because she's a special racehorse. She does it and does it consistently. How do you like her chances tonight?
She is just a racehorse, plain and simple. And Midnight Current, I didn't like the rail draw for her. I don't love that, but as long as she stays within close contact, she can really make her own trip. She doesn't need to be any one sort of place, as long as she's not last. Last time she was last, and that doesn't work out very well for her. She did get up for second, but she prefers to be a little bit closer to the pace, give herself less to do, and she's willing to get in a fight down the stretch. She can find a way to get her nose down in front of just about anybody. All of those qualities together make Midnight Current the horse that she is, and when she gets in Minnesota bred company especially, she is double tough, and she's one of a few that I'm going to use on my ticket just because of how last time went and just because of the rail draw. In this pick 5, I'm going to start with 1, 2, and 5. We'll talk more about her, Retired Kathy, and Let's Skedaddle in a second. I singled Extreme Diva. You and I are in sync on that. We singled her in our sequences. 5, 7, and 8 for me in race number 6. Then I go with Unrivaled Queen, Tour Queen, Peppermill, and Thunder's Rock and Roll. I had to spread out in race number 7. That's a 5-furlong turf sprint. That is a deep group, and I end it with 1, 3, 4, and 5. Those are some fillies that are a little less predictable. You got to use a few more of them. My main opinion was being against the 2 in there who did scratch. So with her out, we still have options in that pick 5 sequence. You should get in on that because $17,000 plus was carried over into this pool today. But it starts with the 4th. Let's start with Midnight Current. Both Paul and I took her. I am very biased towards her. She is 10 for 19, but she does things the right way, especially again in Minnesota bred company. She is so tough when she can stay close to the pace. Gallardo got a chance to know her a little bit better last time around. I saw her getting warmed up and saddled up away from everybody else, and now she's far ahead of them as she comes into the walking ring looking her energetic self for start number 20.
Yeah, she looks fantastic. I mean, the coat looks great. I think that start did her some good. You got to remember she's now a 6-year-old mare, so they probably at that age need a race. I think Joel Burnt had this race in mind clearly, and boy, if she runs to her look, she's going to be a handful here. I love that you have Retired Kathy second because I think we know who most of these horses are. I don't think we yet know who Retired Kathy is, and she is a lightly raced 3-year-old taking on her elders, and I'll tell you, Ange, watching her run, she's got a lot of talent.
Yes, she does, and she comes from very far off the pace, so the more pace, the better for Retired Kathy. But Retired Kathy did that against Open Company down at Tampa and brought that form right up here and blasted a group of allowance horses on June 2nd. She's had plenty of rest since that time. She might get the pace in here to at least get a piece. I thought that she could at least run down a few of those front runners and get herself into the exotics and do so at a price. Right now that price is 6-1, and that's good enough for me.
I'll talk about the pace right now. The 3 and 7, probably the quickest out of the gate. This is She's My Warrior, third off the layoff. I don't know if she can hang on, but she might get a slice if she's able to work out a trip. I think the 7's going to make it very difficult. I think they're going to cancel each other out if they both do what they normally do. I'll talk about the 4, who's on camera right now. This is Scent of Success. Mac Robertson has this one. And I love the way she was able to beat Midnight Current 2 back. That was a yielding turf. I think we're going to see a different version of Midnight Current here, but that validates that this horse is good enough to get the job done. Let's Skedaddle has always been a horse that's been able to keep up with Midnight Current. This horse right now, Ange, is nearly double digits. Can Let's Skedaddle go get her old barnmate tonight?
That old rivalry picks up again. She has run second. She did beat her once last year. That was her first start off the bench, but making this late start in her 6-year-old year, I am going to give her a race. I used her in the pick 5, but I did use her more so as an underneath sort of candidate, just because she might need this one, like you mentioned with Midnight Current, to really crank herself back up to top form.
Gypsy Reward is a gorgeous-looking gray who likes to lay back early and make one big run. If the 3 and the 7 go abnormally fast, and if Midnight Current is closer to the pace, I would expect the 6 will have something to say about it in the lane with our top jockey, Luis Fuentes. And Ange, the 7 is lock it down. If they leave her alone, She's good enough. I just don't know if she'll get that trip.
She's the one that they have to run down. We will see who goes after her. Lock It Down gets very tough when she gets comfortable on the front end, but at the very least, she will ensure that there's some pace for some closers to run out in here, and a nice group of 7 is headed out for the start of our final 5. Remember, 17,000 plus is in that carryover. The pool continues to grow. If pick 5s are not your thing, and they should be with 10% takeout, you have doubles, pick 3s, exactas, tries, and supers to pick from too. 8 minutes to post. They are track bound shortly.
To the John Deere Dirt, then the firm turf course for the Minnesota Turf Distaff. And here they are. Number 1 is Midnight Current, owned by Runnymore Racing. The defending champion is trained by Joel Burnt, and in the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. Pete Matson owns number 2, Retired Kathy, for trainer David Van Winkle and jockey Chad Lindsay. Constantino Roman rides number 3, She's My Warrior. This one is owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim trains. Number 4, Scent of Success, owned by Novogratz Racing and trained by Mac Robertson. Serafin Carmona has the call. And Alonzo Quinones rides number 5, Let's Skedaddle, for John Mentz and Russ and Paul Sampson. Mac Robertson is the trainer. Mac also has number 6, Gypsy Reward, for Extreme Racing. In the irons, Luis Fuentes. Luis Valenzuela rides number 7, Lock It Down, for Esteban Martinez, owner-trainer. Those 7 head to the gate for the 2024 Minnesota Turf Distaff. This begins our pick 5 with a carryover pool of 17,584 already in it. 43,000 bet into it just today. 5 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hotshot Kid, the all-time winningest Minnesota bred, a Hall of Famer, now joins his trainer, Mr. Mac Robertson. So thrilled to have him down here. We know what a spectacular racehorse he was to watch out here on this racetrack. What was he like in the barn behind the scenes?
Cool like you, Kevin.
I don't look too cool right now. Not a lot of these horses go on to be jumpers. That takes a special racehorse. What was it about his athletic ability that's allowed him to transition from being a champion as a thoroughbred racehorse to now a jumper?
Well, a lot of horses, have this and that when they leave the track. Like they got an ankle, knee, or tendon, or they're just worn out. And he was still a sound 9-year-old. So if they're sound, they're okay to go and start doing something if the people know what they're doing. And obviously Jen's a vet and she loves the horse, so love matters a little bit too.
And you've had such an unbelievable career as a trainer, and Canterbury Park's been a huge part of that success throughout your time as a trainer. You might be the all-time greatest trainer in this track's history. To have a night like last night, to celebrate not only yourself, but fellow Hall of Famers and see one of your horses go into that HOF, what does it mean to you?
Well, it's great for the owners, and it's good for business.
And what's good for business is winning, and you've done an awful lot of that over the years. Congratulations, you've got 2 so far tonight. Much more luck as we go on.
Yeah, I hope we win here.
All right, Max got a couple live shots. And again, we thank him for being a part of these Hall of Fame festivities. Hotshot Kid, the all-time winningest horse in the history of Minnesota breds, a worthy Hall of Famer for a worthy Hall of Fame trainer.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Mac, for your time. He's got 2 of the live entities in this upcoming 4th race. The favorite remains Midnight Current on the inside, though, and I will say she looked very much like herself, an amped-up version of herself in the paddock. I don't have the best vantage point right now to see them warming up, but you want to see her just staying on her toes. She is the sort of horse that is not going to slow down much until she crosses the finish line, but some of the other ones that made an impression, good or bad, when they were in the paddock and coming out here, Gypsy Reward looked very nice. She looked very composed in the walking ring. This is a filly that comes from far, far out of it. I think she would have some pace with the outside horse, Lock It Down, who conversely did get pretty hot in the paddock, but it is a hot day out, like Kevin and I mentioned. You're going to want to keep an eye on these fillies all the way up to the gate, because even out here on track with the rails down, I mean, there is a lot of humidity in the air, even though there is a slight breeze, and horses are going to get hot. So you just want to keep an eye on how they're doing, how it's affecting them. I will say the turf on the walkover is in excellent shape. Everybody should be able to run their race. I would think it would be a very fair course. The board might not reflect that, but lots of single-digit entities behind 4 to 5 favorite Midnight Current as they get ever closer to the gate. And you can see that pick 5 pool continues to grow. $17,000 in the carryover. It's about to pass $50,000. Get those tickets in now. That 10% take out to pick 5 starts in less than a minute.
Arriving at the starting gate, and it is post time for the turf distaff. Midnight Current has won this race 2 consecutive years, trying to stretch the streak to 3 in a race that debuted in 2017, won by Some Say So. Orlando Mojica, the winning rider. El Ciclone won this race in 2018 with Pinup Girl. Harry Hernandez rode Midnight Current to victory in this race 2 consecutive years. Eduardo Gallardo, with 6 victories this racing week, has the call on the 4 to 5 favorite and former Canterbury Park Horse of the Year, Midnight Current. 2 back, 1 out. Lock It Down. Here comes the turf distaff and the pick 5 with that carryover. And they're racing. Perfect start in the turf distaff, and a perfect start for She's My Warrior at 22-1, the longest shot in the field. Immediately goes in hand and in command. It is She's My Warrior speeding up and leading it by 1. In second, Scent of Success to the inside of Lock It Down. Midnight Current very much in touch with the field, 3 lengths from the lead. That's the 1 to the inside under a very tight pull. A length and a half after that, Let's Skedaddle. And Let's Skedaddle is 6 lengths from the lead. After that, we come back to Retired Kathy beginning to advance, and Gypsy Reward is just 6 out of it. Into the far turn, and still on the lead, She's My Warrior, pressured by Scent of Success. Midnight Current sequestered. She's in a tricky spot right now. Let's Skedaddle's to her outside. Lock It Down likewise. After that, we have Retired Kathy making a big move on the outside. Retired Kathy on the move to the outside of Gypsy Reward, and they're all still chasing this long shot. And at 25-1, it's She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior, Retired Kathy firing between them. Scent of Success. Now the big mare has room on the inside if good enough. It's Midnight Current, and here she comes. Midnight Current. Outside of that, Let's Skedaddle. They used to share a home, but not tonight. Midnight Current's home is the winner's circle. Number 1, Midnight Current, ran first. 1-5-3-4. Right around 150 grand pumped into the second pick 5 before the carryover. The turf distaff is official. Trifecta paid $78.30. It was chalk all odds. Race number 5 takes us back to the John Deere Dirt. It is the Francis Genter. Scratch numbers 3 and 5. Thus, no show trifecta or superfecta wagering in race 5. The 5th race is provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And we also thank season-long partners, Culver's in Shakopee, Atomic Data, Choice Electric, and Tri-State Bobcat. We welcome to the winner's enclosure Mr. Randy Sampson, Canterbury Park's president. He's making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Minnesota Turf Distaff. In honor of the late Bob Lothenbach, a delayed winner's circle procession, undoubtedly waiting for people to walk into said circle. Midnight Current into the winner's circle. She's sheer class, ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Runnymore Racing. Congratulations, Caroline Bentley. And the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Midnight Current is a 6-year-old brown mare by Midnight Loot. From the Tisnow mare, Sharp Current. Bred in Minnesota by Hall of Famer and the late, great Bob Lothenbach. Angela Herman is in the winner's circle with an opportunity to talk about her favorite horse, Midnight Current, and with trainer Joel Burnt.
Yes, it is no secret that I am very fond of one of your trainees, Midnight Current. And things looked a little bit sticky around the far turn. Take us through it when you were watching her run on the inside. Knew she had horse, but didn't know if she'd get through.
Exactly. I like the way she was sitting on the backside because last time she was back a little too far. And then I thought we were really good until something pulled up beside her. And then I thought she would have to get a rail trip to win, and luckily she did.
Well, and it's been an interesting year for Midnight Current, ever since changing hands. Tell us a little bit about how you got her back, her current owners, and how she's been doing this year.
She was sold in the dispersal sale, and I just assumed she was going to the breeder to get bred. So I was driving home the next day, and Joe Cassidy, the stable manager for the Bentleys, called me and asked if I would like her back, and he didn't even finish the sentence, and I said yes.
Well, and how has she been this year compared to years past? I mean, just picked right back up where she left off, or has she changed with age?
I think she's more mellow. She can be high-strung, but she's very well-composed this year.
Well, we look forward to watching her more this season. This is only start number 2 for her. The sky seems to be the limit for her, and we're so glad to have her back in your barn and back in the winner's circle, Joel. Nice job.
Thank you very much.
Midnight Current does it again. She wins again in start number 20.
racing. Perfect start in the turf distaff, and a perfect start for She's My Warrior at 22-1, the longest shot in the field. Immediately goes in hand and in command. It is She's My Warrior speeding up and leading it by 1. In second, Scent of Success to the inside of Lock It Down. Midnight Current very much in touch with the field, 3 lengths from the lead. That's the 1 to the inside under a very tight pull. A length and a half after that, Let's Skedaddle. And Let's Skedaddle is 6 lengths from the lead. After that, we come back to Retired Kathy beginning to advance, and Gypsy Reward is just 6 out of it. Into the far turn, and still on the lead, She's My Warrior, pressured by Scent of Success. Midnight Current sequestered. She's in a tricky spot right now. Let's Skedaddle's to her outside. Lock It Down likewise. After that, we have Retired Kathy making a big move on the outside. Retired Kathy on the move to the outside of Gypsy Reward, and they're all still chasing this long shot. And at 25-1, it's She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior, Retired Kathy firing between them. Scent of Success. Now the big mare has room on the inside if good enough. It's Midnight Current, and here she comes. Midnight Current. Outside of that, Let's Skedaddle. They used to share a home, but not tonight. Midnight Current's home is the winner's circle. Here comes the 34th running of the Francis Genter Stakes. It's your announcer, Paul Allen, in the Dark Star press box. First, Midnight Current. Well done. What a classy mare she is. Now here, we're down to 4, and Extreme Diva is prohibitively favored. Is she beatable? Let's find out with Angela and KG.
It's going to be tough to beat her, no doubt. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you in the paddock. This is the Francis Genter. And maybe she scared some people away. We don't see stakes races with 4 horses, but rightfully so. I mean, if you look at what she's done, she's taken her talents as a Minnesota bred and gone to Oaklawn Park, where they run some of the biggest races in the winter in the country, and she's spitting out 83 and 84 Beyer speed figures. So, yeah, she probably did put a lot of horses back in the barn tonight.
Well, there's been a combined over 20 lengths between her and her Minnesota bred competition in their 2 starts together, including one of the fillies that's in here. And ever since that time, she has taken steps forward. Like you said, they gave her a little break leading up to this. And the way that she debuted and the way that she followed that up makes you think that her being a fresh horse is going to make her extra tough, not that she needed to be. And that's why she is 1-9.
Yeah, and I'll give Tim Padilla some high marks tonight. He's putting his horses in the races where they fit, and they're running. He's had a couple of horses these last 2 stakes races hit the board at big prices, and that's what Minnesota Rose is going to try to do here. From the inside at 7-1, comes off a professional-looking maiden-breaking win. She's going to have to improve by leaps and bounds to win, but you get a paycheck if you run second or third. So I like what Mr. Padilla is doing, and his horses are running well tonight.
And she really jumped up with that effort from just a little bit further back than when she was on the turf. It just seems like she's another one that's progressed. If you're looking for horses going the correct direction, Minnesota Rose definitely fits that bill. And even though she has tried a couple different things, maybe being here, maybe this track is what she likes most, and she will get paced to run at. I mean, I guess I wouldn't expect 7-1 to stay, too. You will probably even get a better price than that, but 1-9 should be a constant on Extreme Diva.
Yeah, and she's back on Lasix, and I think that matters. You go back to February the 2nd. A couple of us cashed on her that day at Oaklawn. She was 11 to 1, nearly 12 to 1. She looks awesome. You just said, wow, she looks gorgeous. She's fit as a fiddle. You know, those 2 slow workouts don't scare me one bit because, you know, Mac Robertson points a horse like this to a stakes race, and she's so talented. If she breaks out of the gate in good order and runs her race, everybody else is running for second, and that's okay. Some nights like this, you got to celebrate greatness. She's been phenomenal, and I couldn't be happier for Extreme Racing Stables. They are big-time supporters of racing in Minnesota. To have a horse like this makes me feel good about the game.
Well, yeah, and they have got one with Mr. Muldoon earlier. Let's see if they can double up with Extreme Diva. 2 Cody Rosine fillies were entered in here. Northern Angel scratched, but Honorable Mischief stays in the mix. Looking for her 3rd in a row. She beat Call 'em All last time around. Call 'em All is the outside filly looking to get another win for the Mac Robertson barn. And Honorable Mischief may be the one going up there and setting things along on the front end. Now 6 furlongs has been a little bit more of a problem for her than 5.5. But if you're going to take a gulp, get in the ring and take a swing at Extreme Diva, you want her on the sort of form that she's been and trying to look for 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, she's sharp. She looks good in the paddock, too. She's bouncing on her toes. She's got some confidence, and I think, obviously, she's the danger on the outside. You mentioned it, Viking Silks, the purple and gold of Call 'em All. I like the outside post to give some trips options, but another horse that's going to have to really ramp it up to stay in the fracas here with this 1-9 favorite. It is the Francis Genter, 6 furlongs. The ladies are going to dash, and we've got a good one here. If you want to bet the race and make some money, maybe you don't want to bet the 1-9, we've got options. We've got pick 4s, pick 3s, doubles, straight exactas. There's options for you. Be creative, have some fun. Ange and I will be out there at the finish line to tell you how those horses are warming up. You've got about 8 minutes to bet another great stakes race. You're enjoying racing on this sultry Saturday night at beautiful Canterbury Park.
to the John Deere Dirt for the 34th Francis Genter. And here they are. Number 1 is Minnesota Rose, owned by Pete Matson and trained by Tim Padilla. Alonzo Quinones, Astride. Number 2 is Extreme Diva and Eduardo Gallardo. This one is owned by Extreme Racing Stables and trained by Mac Robertson. And number 4 is Honorable Mischief, racing for Cliff Racing, trainer Cody Rosine, and the jockey Luis Fuentes. Number 6, Call 'em All, owned by John Mentz and Russ and Paul Sampson. Mac Robertson trains this one, and Serafin Carmona rides. 5 minutes. Two minutes to the Genter. We have a 1-9 favorite. Her name is Extreme Diva. Let's cap it from the finish line with KG and Angela.
Yeah, we've got a chance to watch these horses warm up, and on paper, Ange, this looks like a mismatch. But as Dark Star, God rest his soul, once said, they don't run them on paper. They run them on those little TVs we sit in front of and watch them in the press box every day. She's still got to go out and do her thing.
Well, yeah, I wish we had the binoculars right now to go and take a look at the field as they warm up. But I will say, as they left the paddock, though, Columall got a bit warm at the back. I mean, she was still behaving herself, but she was hot. She is a filly that I thought would benefit from 6, whereas some of these I think might be a little bit better at this point in their career at 5.5 with the raw speed that they've shown. And if we're putting together an exacta, that's what we can do with exotics. I would go maybe 2-6 by the way that they came out onto track and the way that they warmed up in the paddock, or the way that they warmed up when they were first coming out. 7-1 is decent enough on her, but that's the way that I would go if I was betting this one. It's hard to bet Extreme Diva at 1-9 unless you get creative with her in the exotics.
And pace always gets a little bit muddied in super small fields. And this is a 4-horse field. So if you're Eddie Gallardo and you're riding this hot favorite, and you know this horse has all kinds of talent, there's other speed in the race, how do you think he should go about his riding endeavors here, knowing he's got the best horse?
I would say just keep her in the clear, however that is. If you need to keep her on the front end, if you need to keep her a little bit wide, if you think that you're on the best horse, and on paper she is the best horse by a little margin, just make sure you stay out of the way and let her run her race. If she runs her normal race, she will at the very least be in the mix. I would not be surprised to see another impressive blast, though, like we saw in her first 2 starts up here.
Our television crew does a phenomenal job of showing you exactly what you want to see as they get to the gate. And right now, they're almost there for the Francis Genter. There is Extreme Diva, all 1-9 right now on the board. Yes, she looks a little warm, PA, but she's warmed up like she's ready for business. If she's ready, the others are in deep, deep water here.
She has been 1-9 since the first click. Now it's a 4-horse race, but she's still prohibitively favored. Leg 2 of a pick 4 with approaching $200,000 in the pool. Midnight Current won leg 1 as a favorite. Extreme Diva 1-9 in a race that was won in 1988 by Metric Kettle. That's the first Genter Ronnie Allen Jr. rode for Jim Green. First year of Canterbury Park, 95 Argenti. Won it for Ridgewood Farms, Francisco Bravo, and jockey Luis Quinones. Nate Quinones trained the winner last year, Cupid's Crush, for Extreme Racing and Eduardo Gallardo. Extreme Racing and Eddie G have Extreme Diva. 1-9. Stablemate, call them all, 8-1. Last in. Stand by for the 34th, Francis Genter. And they're racing, and 4 popped as 1. And Honorable Mischief won the start and strides away from the heavy favorite by 2. Call 'em All is showing speed, and there's Extreme Diva. Extreme Diva, the Northern Lights debutante champion last year, 3 lengths from the lead with a half mile to go. Minnesota Rose is far out of it into the far turn with 3.5 to travel. And the lead belongs to Honorable Mischief. Call 'em All is next. Gallardo looking for 3 wins. Takes Extreme Diva just to the outside of Honorable Mischief, and in fact is being pushed on. Still about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Far clear from Minnesota Rose. Round about the quarter pole, and we have a 2-headed battle as they head for home. Call 'em All trying to put away Honorable Mischief. Extreme Diva now back near the rail and is scooting through to the inside of Honorable Mischief, trying to run down the stablemate, and is doing a great job. Holy cow, what a turn of speed by Extreme Diva in 5 strides, and she is the Francis Genter champion. 3 for Eddie G. Number 2, Extreme Diva, first. Photo for the rest. 2641. 2641. HOF trainer got the lion's share with Extreme Diva and Call 'Em All. Still unofficial. The Genter is official. The first pick 5 paid $19.75. Race number 6 takes us back to the firm turf course for the Ralph Strangis. Scratch numbers 5, Jose Patio, and 10, Eye on Rye. Race 6 is provided in part by Kim Crawford, the official wine sponsor of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. We also thank Hormel Foods, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury, along with Greystone Construction, Gallagher, and Fairfield Inn. Welcome back to the winner's circle. Canterbury Park Hall of Famer and a former jockey, Scott Stevens, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Francis Genter Stakes. Scott is one of the top jockeys in the history of this racetrack, winning 999 races here in Shakopee, including the Francis Genter Stakes at Canterbury Downs in 1990 and Canterbury Park in 2012. Welcome back to the winner's circle, HOF. Joined now by Extreme Diva. 3 victories for jockey Eduardo Gallardo. And likewise for trainer Mac Robertson. Extreme Diva is owned by Extreme Racing and is a 3-year-old brown filly by Colefront out of Silly Little Mama. Bred in Minnesota by Mr. Scott Pierce. HOF. Very impressive by Extreme Diva with Kevin Gorg, Mike, and Vicky McGowan.
Yeah, those cool purple and lime green silks on display again. Guys, we knew this horse was special way back when she debuted at Canterbury. What's the journey been like? Because she's won a couple of big races here, but she also took you to Oaklawn Park and took down a $150,000 stakes race there.
Yeah, she did. She was fantastic here. We brought her down to Oaklawn and won a couple big races, big stakes race down there. Last race was a little slow, but I think she needed a break, and I think she's ready to go.
What's her personality like? I'm just fascinated by the time people spend at the barn. They're like family members, right? You guys have so many special race horses. What separates her?
Vic, you know more than I do.
You know, she's just sweet. You know, she comes with a lot of personality, and I just love her.
I can tell. I just love watching the way you guys come to the paddock. The smiles are on your face, how much you enjoy the game. Hall of Fame weekend. And your trainer, Mac Robertson, we call the trainers the coach, right? Mac's a special guy. We interviewed him earlier. What has he meant to you guys as owners to have a trainer with that type of credibility that can get horses like this to run at their very best?
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, Kevin, it ain't about us. It's the trainers. It's all the jockeys. Nick Goodwin, who trained this horse at the beginning when he was a yearling and 2-year-old, and all the people on the backside, that's where the success comes.
Congratulations. You guys are so good for the game, and boy, do we have a good one in Extreme Diva. She lives up to the hype today, and she crushed her foes in the Francis Genter.
And they're racing, and 4 popped as 1, and Honorable Mischief won the start and strides away from the heavy favorite by 2. Call 'em All is showing speed, and there's Extreme Diva. Extreme Diva, the Northern Lights debutante champion last year, 3 lengths from the lead with a half-mile to go. Minnesota Rose is far out of it into the far turn with 3.5 to travel, and the lead belongs to Honorable Mischief. Call 'em All is next. Gallardo looking for 3 wins, takes Extreme Diva just to the outside of Honorable Mischief, and in fact is being pushed on. Still about 2.5 lengths from the lead, far clear from Minnesota Rose. Round about the quarter pole, and we have a 2-headed battle as they head for home. Call 'em All trying to put away Honorable Mischief. Extreme Diva now back near the rail and is scooting through to the inside of Honorable Mischief, trying to run down the stablemate, and is doing a great job. Holy cow, what a turn of speed by Extreme Diva in 5 strides, and she is the Francis Genter champion. 3 for Eddie G. There you see Half Brother, the last horse you saw. One of 5 in the race. The Ralph Strangis coming up next on the turf, looking to extend winning streaks. Now, Half Brother makes his turf debut, which further muddles a race that is, in my estimation, the most wide-open race on the card. The defending champion, Xavier Dave, is currently favored, so let's handicap it from the beautiful Canterbury Park paddock with KG and Angela.
Thanks a lot, PA. We've seen all kinds of superstars so far on this card, Ange. We've got a couple more stakes races. We've got 3 more great races. And to me, nights like tonight, listen, not every night's going to give you this bountiful betting opportunity, but on a Hall of Fame weekend, I want to see Hall of Fame talent. And I'll tell you what, between Midnight Current and the horse we just watched, that was impressive. That is fun to watch.
Well, and maybe some blossoming stars earlier in the card in the Vic Myers. Street Warrior gets the job done in there, and the stars don't end there. That's what these nights are about. They're not necessarily like the nights that are going to get you rich, like you said. They're the ones that you pay the admission to come see the star power. And in the Strangis, we have some well-established turf horses, lots of them with speed, and that's what led us to the 2 horses that we're on. You and Paul like Half Brother. I like Xavier Dave. I knew the 9-2 probably wasn't going to happen, but at last check, I believe he was 6-5 or something like that. A lot of people seeing what I'm seeing about Xavier Dave, but let's start on the inside. Let's go with some of that speed and take a closer look at a horse like Kurt's Choice. He's used that speed to win 4 times over this course, and really the early fractions in a couple of them have been quite quick. Him keeping up with Hap Hot and Angel's Music and Sir Sterling may be a tall order, but he has proven that he can go fast and keep going.
He has, and guess what? He draws the inside, so I think that might allow for this horse, if he breaks sharp, to have some trip options. Maybe you let the sprinter like Hap Hot go, or maybe if you outbreak him, you make him play your game. I think the inside post is beneficial when it's a field loaded with speed, because someone's going to get hung out wide. It's not going to be Kurt's Choice, who makes a nice impression here in the paddock. The X factor has to be Hap Hot. This horse is so incredibly fast, and I tip my hat to Tony Rengsdorf. Great trainer, local guy, supports our racing. He puts this horse in a race because this horse deserves a chance to face stakes company. I don't know if the race shape is going to favor Hap Hot, but I love that natural speed.
And there's no harm in running in this spot, especially if you don't know exactly who's going to go, and trying to use his kind of speed on our turf course. He's gone a couple of turns in the past at Remington Park. He led that field along for a very short bit before sitting in second, but Hap Hot hasn't been able to carry that speed as far on the dirt. They're going to give it one more shot on the turf, and I mean, with as many wins as he has, where do you go? Hap Hot has just knocked out a lot of his conditions, and I'm sure that's part of the reason why he ends up in this group.
Same thing for Angel's Magic. I had a great conversation this afternoon with Troy Bethke about this horse. They claimed it last time out for $30,000, and Karen Offerman, she wants to see her horse on a big day like this. I don't blame her or him for taking the chance, and Troy said this horse has all kinds of talent. Again, will the race shape allow Angel's Magic to work out a trip? I think the key will be if the jock, G-Rod, can get this horse to rate early. I think this horse would be much more favorably set up to hit the board and contend for any big honors if he can rate. Ange, the 4 makes a really nice impression, but again, it's all early speed for Sir Sterling.
Well, and his jockey has had quite the day, hasn't he? Gallardo is going to get back in the saddle on him off a win. That was ahead of Dr. Oscar. I mean, that is not easy to do, especially at Canterbury on the dirt. Now, Sir Sterling has only tried the turf once, and it was going 5 furlongs in the past. Not a great point of reference for him, but another one that should be at least a part of the pace for a while, and another one with enough wins where finding good spots for him becomes a little bit more tough.
All right, the Alligator Hunters won 13 times. Always respect a horse like this. Pete Madsen and Tim Padilla know what they're doing. I think he'll be out there near the front, but I think he's adaptable. I think he can find a way to sit off. Here's my top pick in the race, Half Brother. He's young, he's lightly raced, and he's trained by Gary Shearer, and I love Gary Shearer. I think it's a horse that needs to take to the turf, but if he does, I think he's got a shot, but there's no doubt. And your top pick in the race is Xavier Dave. He's heavily favored for a reason. He's the horse to beat.
And yet another one from this camp that has been turned out beautifully for this race. Xavier Dave's former stablemate Hotshot Kid just went into the Hall of Fame this weekend. Xavier Dave may follow in those footsteps in the future. Another very versatile, adaptable horse that should be in a very good spot.
There's the gray on camera right now. That is Silver Dash, who figures to get a pace-pressing trip probably mid-pack. He's got some backclass too, so what a fun rendition of the Ralph Strangis for $40,000 on the 7.5 furlong distance. Beautiful turf course, ready to rock and roll. It's race number 6. It's another great stakes event. It's coming up, and it's coming at you next.
Sir Leonard Dykert, with a fantastic call to the post, brings them to the John Deere dirt. Then to the firm turf course. This is the Ralph Strangis, and here they are. Number 1 is Gabriel Silva's Kurt's Choice. Gabriel also trains. Arundel Ranch starts Hap Hot. For trainer Tony Rengstorff, in the irons, Kelsey Haar. Guillermo Rodriguez rides number 3, Angel's Magic, now wearing the colors of Karen Offerman and trained by Troy Bethke. Tony Rengstorff also trains number 4, Sir Sterling. Chad Keene owns, in the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. And Alonzo Quinones rides the Alligator Hunter. For Pete Matson and Tim Padilla is the trainer. Number 7, Half Brother, making his turf debut for Sugarland Thoroughbreds and trainer Gary Shear. The rider, Fausto da Silva. And Serafin Carmona guides the defending champion. He is Xavier Dave. Owned by Linda Bush, Xavier Dave is trained by Mac Robertson. And number 9 is Silver Dash. Silver Dash is owned by Homer Duncan, trained by Esteban Martinez, the rider, Constantino Roman. Those 8 go to the gate for the 2024 Ralph Strangis, race 6 in 6. 2 minutes to Strangis time. In the winner's circle, here's Angela.
Thank you, Paul. I'm down in the winner's circle, keeping a close eye on the trophy here for the Strangis. That one's coming up next on the turf, and you still have a heavy favorite in Xavier Dave. He made a very good impression out on the track, but I got to say the one that looked best to me out there warming up and in the walking ring was the Alligator Hunter, and the Alligator Hunter has proven himself a very, very versatile racehorse in the past. I thought he might fall into a wide trip in here, but if they do run to their looks, 7-2 is pretty fair on him. That's not often a price that you see on this horse unless he's doing something that's a little out of the ordinary for him. The Alligator Hunter does have some speed to chase on his inside, and as they've continued to warm up, I mean, everybody is acting like the pros that they are. We see more experienced horses in some of these later races, and really nobody turning a hair. I will say Hop Hot was a tiny bit hot in the paddock, but he is cooling down and being a little bit better behaved on track, as was Half Brother. But as the sun goes down and it cools off a little bit, you're going to see less and less of these horses getting hot out on the track. And there is Xavier Dave, your favorite, bouncing around trying to get another win for his barn tonight. And there is the Alligator Hunter right behind him. You got 1 minute until race number 6, and I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who is sitting with us through the heat out here. Thank you so much for coming and celebrating a very important weekend out at Canterbury. The Hall of Fame, future, past, and present, is very happy to have you with us to celebrate some of the best in Minnesota. Thank you all.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Post time for the Ralph Strangis on the firm turf for the Strangis. Xavier Dave is the defending champion and also the favorite at 3-2. The Alligator Hunter down to 5-2 in the latter stages of the wagering. And we're down to the white horse, Silver Dash, just to the outside of the favored Xavier Dave. This veteran walks in like a pro. Stand by for the Ralph Strangis. And they're racing. Perfect start. Hap Hot at 12-1, hot out of the gate in search of the lead. The Alligator Hunter in the queue, also prominent likewise for Silver Dash, 3 wide. And said trio is picking up the tempo around the turn. Hap Hot does not want company, opens up by 1.5. After that, Sir Sterling about 8 lengths out of it, overtaken by Kurt's Choice, who goes flying from 5th up to 3rd on the inside. Angels Magic in the new colors, 7 lengths out of it. After that, we have Half Brother in the turf debut. Half Brother about 8 out of it, right behind Sir Sterling. And then we come to Xavier Dave. The defending champion is creeping into the inside of Half Brother, and they're both about 9-10 lengths out of it. The Alligator Hunter moves on Hap Hot. Hap Hot the inside, the Alligator Hunter the outside, and they're 5 clear from Kurt's Choice. Angels Magic is taking 3rd. Xavier Dave to the inside of Silver Dash, and Xavier Dave is beginning to run on very fast fast. After that, half-brother not doing much to the outside of Sir Sterling, and now they come charging down the turf course, and Hap-Hot at 9-1 has regained the lead. The Alligator Hunter's right there, but none of that's going to matter. Here comes Xavy Dave to blow by both of them. Xavy Dave, the defending champion, crushes in the Strangis. Xavy Dave in 127.83. 8.673. This race is named in honor of the late Ralph Strangis, a deserving member of the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame, for his service to the racing industry over 3 decades. Mr. Strangis served twice as chairman of the Minnesota Racing Commission from 89 to 92, and again from 2013 until his death in 2018. Ralph Strangis is credited by many for saving live racing in Minnesota by presiding over a vote in 1992 which would not allow Ladbroke Racing to operate simulcast racing in the state without a commitment to live racing. Ralph's son Paul Strangis, along with Ralph's wife Grace, are with us today and in the winner's circle to present the trophy to the winning connections of the Ralph Strangis Memorial. Race 6, official. The 7th is our HOF Day penultimate, and we stay on a firm turf course for the Mr. Dale Filly and Mare Turf Sprint. Scratch number 4, Vow. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com, and also the Minnesota Lottery. Back-to-back years for Xavy Dave as the Ralph Strangis champion. And here comes Xavy Dave. Ridden by Serafin Carmona, 3 victories for Serafin and 4 for Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson. The winning owner, Linda Bush. Xavier Dave is a 5-year-old Dark Bay horse by Temple City out of Our Sweet Mary B. Bred in Minnesota by the late Warren Bush. Ignite for jockey Seraphin Carmona, who is in the winner's circle with Angela.
Yes, indeed. It has been a big night for you, and your first stakes win comes aboard Xavier Dave. Take us through the trip. Tell us how he was going.
Well, I just want to thank Mr. Mac. I got to the paddock, and he told me, hey, there's a lot of speed, so just find a way there and go get him at the end. So it just happened just like that.
Well, and you've ridden a couple of winners tonight on the turf. Would you say that the turf has been playing pretty fair? You've won with a couple of different styles. What has this night meant to you, being such a special night at Canterbury?
Well, it means a lot, you know, because a couple of months ago, I was in Louisiana, I got hurt, things went like downhill, and one day I'm here riding and winning, so I just thank God, and I just got to keep going and riding, you know.
Well, we're really glad that you're here. You've been riding outstandingly, and congratulations on this win with Xavier Dave. Nice ride and well-deserved.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Xavier Dave defends his title in the Strangis.
And they're racing. Perfect start. Hap Hot at 12-1. Hot out of the gate in search of the lead. The Alligator Hunter in the queue. Also prominent likewise for Silver Dash 3 wide. And said trio is picking up the tempo around the turn. Hap Hot does not want company. Opens up by 1.5. After that, Sir Sterling about 8 lengths out of it, overtaken by Kurt's Choice, who goes flying from 5th up to 3rd on the inside. Angels Magic in the new colors, 7 lengths out of it. After that, we have Half Brother in the turf debut. Half Brother about 8 out of it, right behind Sir Sterling. And then we come to Xavier Dave. The defending champion is creeping into the inside of Half Brother, and they're both about 9-10 lengths out of it. The Alligator Hunter moves on Hap Hot. Hap Hot the inside, the Alligator Hunter the outside, and they're 5 clear from Kurt's Choice. Angels Magic is taking 3rd. Xavier Dave to the inside of Silver dash, and Zavy Dave is beginning to run on very fast. After that, half-brother not doing much to the outside of Sir Sterling, and now they come charging down the turf course, and Hap-Hot at 9-1 has regained the lead. The Alligator Hunter's right there, but none of that's going to matter. Here comes Zavy Dave to blow by both of them. Zavy Dave, the defending champion, crushes in the Strangis. Here comes the Mr. Dale Filly and Mare Turf Sprint, named in honor of somebody very special to all of us here at Canterbury, the late Dale Shenny. And more on that coming up around the corner. Let's handicap this one. It's the penultimate with Angela and KG.
Thank you, PA. Back in the paddock here. One more great stakes race. Two more live races for you. We come back tomorrow for Extreme Day, 1 o'clock, and then we have that rodeo break. So let's soak it up tonight. Let's enjoy summer all weekend at Canterbury. This is a special night, Ange. And this is our final stakes race. And Dale Shenian, and again, all of us that worked here and have been here for decades know how valuable he has been to this company. Jeff Madej talked about it before we did our Today at the Races program. Without Dale Shenian's support, we never get back to Canterbury Park. And I love Dale. I loved how much he enjoyed the game. When he walked in this building, he had that big, giant smile on his face, and we missed Dale. Dale was an intricate part of our racing.
Yes, he and Betty always had a smile and a story for everybody that they met, and they were huge supporters in so many ways of this industry, and particularly of Canterbury Park, with the horses they bred, the horses they owned, and with everything that they did to try to get people together around here. It's very fitting that there is this race in their honor, among other honors, in the Hall of Fame and all that, but it's very, very important to underline the many ways that the Shenians made an impact on Canterbury.
Let's handicap Dale's race here. Unrivaled Queen has speed, and she's sharp right now.
Oh, yes, she is, but it's on the dirt. We have yet to find out if this filly likes the turf. That was my question with both of the Lund fillies on the inside. They're nice horses. It's just the lack of turf experience or the lack of turf success thus far that runs with both of them. But their speed and their draws should definitely prove effective at 14 and 13 to 1. That is too much for fillies of this caliber.
I like Casina. I like the 2 here. I've got the Silva for Valerie Lund. I know the horse is 0 for 2 on the turf, but I see a race loaded with speed. I see a horse that can sit and maybe be a couple, 2-3 lengths off the pace and pounce. I'm going to take a swing here and look for a price. Right now, that price for me is 12 to 1. You're on tour, Queen. You've been on fire all night long. Make a case for Fuentes and Ty Garrett to take home the Mr. Dale Sprint.
Well, I liked Tour Queen last time when she was running a mile. It got taken off the turf. And, I thought that she would be on the lead, but she got to the outside. She pushed the pace along in the slop, and she came home very nicely. Luis Fuentes looks like he might have had a couple of options in here, and he lands on Tour Queen again. Most of her running prior had been done sprinting, and she was close to the pace. This filly is not slow by any means. She was just very cooperative with Luis Fuentes trying to get her to slow down. I like 5 to 1. I like that she's adaptable. I like how she looks in the paddock, too. Really good.
Horse to beat is Peppermill. I'll take this one. She is sharp. Last time out, she dueled. Lover Girl sat off and inherited a dream setup. Peppermill's got class. She knows how to run. If they let her loose, she's going to be a real problem here. I respect her at 2 to 1 right now, the second choice on the board. But Ange, right next door, you've got Savona, who could be an X factor.
Yeah, it's the fact that Peppermill, Savona, and Thunder's Rock and Roll all drew right next to each other that made me not put any of them on top because they are all so quick. Savona, extremely fast on turf and on dirt. We haven't seen her on our turf since last fall, but she nearly got 3 in a row. Nothing wrong with her local record. It's just going to be a bit of a test class at 19 to 1.
Thunder's Rock and Roll. She just shows up and runs her race for Bobby Lindgren. The homebred last time out, though, she hopped at the break. She'll need a clean start to beat these. It's been Mac Robertson's night. Love Extreme Racing. Ange, Cupid's Crush, has a shot late.
Yeah, she makes a nice impression down in the back. She's bouncing around on her toes. Has not done sprinting on turf since last fall, but that was against Keeneland foes. She hasn't done it here, so we'll see what she brings to the table from the outside post. She should be coming late. Right now, she is 4 to 1, and not a class test for her.
Fans, it's the $40,000 Mr. Dale Sprint for fillies and mares. We honor one of the all-time great legends in the history of this racetrack. We've got an awesome late daily double starting with this stakes race. 5 furlongs on the grass. They'll be at the gate inside 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Lynn Dykert, call to the post, brings the runners onto the John Deere dirt, then to the firm turf course for the Mr. Dale Filly and Mare Turf Sprint. And here they are. Number 1 is Unrivaled Queen, ridden by Miguel Fuentes Jr. The owners, Ramiro Madas and Valerie Lund. Valerie trains. Number 2, Asina. Asina wears the colors belonging to Barry and Joni Butzo. Valerie Lund also trains this one in the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. And Luis Fuentes rides number 3, Tour Queen, for A. Jason Hall Stable and trainer Ty Garrett. Number 5 is Peppermill and Luis Valenzuela. Peppermill is owned by Royce Mansour and trained by Ed Karolak. Number 6 is Savona. Savona is owned by Triple AAA Ranch and trained by Esteban Martinez. Guillermo Rodriguez rides. And number 7 is Bob Lindgren's Thunder's Rock and Roll for trainer John Arnett and jockey Alonzo Quinones. Extreme Racing starts 8 Cupid's Crush for trainer Mac Robertson and jockey Serafin Carmona. Those 7 are heading to the gate for a turf sprint in honor of Mr. Dale 5 minutes from now. Hey, everybody. Quickly, I'm your announcer, Paul Allen, in the Dark Star Press Box. And last August was an extremely difficult month for all of us here at Canterbury, specifically those who have worked here for 3 decades, like yours truly. That man, Dale Herbert Shenian, Mr. Dale as we knew him, one of the original owners of Canterbury Park. He was our vice chairman, and Dale died last August. Now, the South St. Paul native not only was owner and vice chairman of Canterbury Park, he had his hands in everything. I mean, he would play in the casino. He would pick up stuff around the racetrack to make sure it always was clean. He was very hands-on from an operational standpoint, and this is the man that started his professional career from the back of a truck. And he really personified South St. Paul toughness, and we all truly miss Mr. Dale here at Canterbury Park. I felt Angela and Kevin put it beautifully when describing Mr. Dale Shenian. So here comes Mr. Dale's Filly and Mare Turf Sprint. And on behalf of all of us here at Canterbury, Mr. Dale, may God rest your soul. Let's handicap with Angela and KG.
Very well stated, PA. And Mr. Dale also loved to go to the windows and play a race or two. And Ange, on paper, this looked like maybe the best betting race of the night. Spread out front to back, a very, very deep and talented field. I think we did Mr. Dale some real honor with this rendition of his new race.
Well, I think all of the stakes racing tonight has been very, very good and a good showcase of a lot of our Minnesota-bred stars. But this is open company, and these are some well-established turf mares and sprinters on the dirt. There's some questions to be answered at good prices with horses that normally get bet wherever they are. Right now, you see the board, and really outside of a couple on the outside, they are prices that are very, very fair for what they've done on the track. It's just a matter of whether they're in the right position at the right time and if they can take to the turf. But I tell you, if you like just about anybody, again, outside of Cupid's Crush and Thunder's Rock and Roll, you're probably getting the price that you've been looking for and maybe even a little bit more.
You know, Bob Lindgren is the breeder and owner of Thunder's Rock and Roll. We live in a world now in horse racing, especially on the national side. When you see horses in stakes races, you don't see them again for 4 to 6 to 8 weeks. This is 4 starts in around a month for this racehorse. Yes, a tribute to her very, very deep and talented skill set, but also an owner that's willing to take a risk once in a while, like Mr. Dale, and put his horses in the races.
Yes, it would be very fitting to compare the two because they are not afraid to run them while they're running. And Thunder's Rock and Roll has been putting in dynamite performances all year. No reason to think she couldn't rebound from that slow start she had last time, showcase her speed on the outside, and show going 5. She's been very impressive doing it in the past.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who gets the lead? I see a ton of speed in this race and a couple of horses that maybe can come from off the pace. And you know, in a 5-furlong turf race, these jocks are going to go. Who do you think gets the lead, and how does it impact how it finishes?
I mean, Peppermill is so quick out of the gate. I would guess that she might lead at the first call. I don't think it'll be easy for her to do it, but she and Elval have been regular partners for a while. They're usually ahead at first call. Where it goes from there and how much pressure they take, I think it might be enough for Tour Queen to pull a mild upset at 9-2.
All night long, we've seen heavy favorites respond in star-like fashion, PA. This race a little different. No big favorite. The money spread out. It should be an awesome rendition of the Mr. Dale Sprint for fillies and mares.
Indeed, KG, and the wagering is shifting rather wildly in the win pool as they approach the gate and arrive at it. With Peppermill just taking a big hit, Cupid's Crush 3-1, Thunder's Rock and Roll 2.5-1. And those of you just joining the Canterbury feed, this is our penultimate on a Hall of Fame racing day where 2 jockeys have won all the races. Eduardo Gallardo has 3, Serafin Carmona also has 3. Cupid's Crush, last in line. Let's honor Mr. Dale. And they're racing. Unrivaled Queen, unrivaled at the break, pokes the head in front with a very fast start. Likewise for Savona and Thunder's Rock and Roll made the start this evening. Thunder's Rock and Roll on the 3 wide side, and the pace is super hot. After that, Peppermill 5 lengths out of it, make it 4. Overtaken by Cupid's Crush, who's on the move. About 4 lengths clear from Messina. The one in last is Tour Queen, and last by 10. Off the far turn they go. Thunder's Rock and Roll rolls up alongside Savona. Here comes Cupid's Crush with a rush on the 3 wide side, and behind them we have Tour Queen. Check that behind them, Unrivaled Queen. Up goes Cupid's Crush inside Savona. Between them, continuing to battle on gamely as Thunder's Rock and Roll, but left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Cupid's Crush, and that's a high 5 for trainer Mac Robertson, his 5th win tonight. 8, Cupid's Crush, the Mr. Dale champion, 8.761 in 56.46. Hold them all. The 7th race has gone official. Exacta 17.50, trifecta 45.70, 10-cent superfecta $73.41, 8's wild in the double paid $18.20, and the pick 3 $11.10. Race 8 is 22 minutes from now on the John Deere turf that is. Make that the John Deere Dirt. Scratch number 2 in race number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, this race is named in honor of the late Dale Shenian, known as Mr. Dale. He co-founded Canterbury Park in 1994 with Kurt and Randy Sampson. Mr. Dale was a driving force behind the purchase and reopening of Canterbury and was very active in operations in the early years, encouraging excellence from the staff and in return, offering friendship. Without Mr. Dale, a Canterbury Hall of Famer, it's doubtful there would be horse racing in Minnesota today. Canterbury Park CEO Randy Sampson is in the winner's circle on behalf of the Shenian family to present the trophy to the winning connections of the inaugural Mr. Dale Filly and Mare Turf Sprint. Here comes the talented filly, Cupid's Crush. 4 victories tonight for jockey Serafin Carmona. The winning owners, Extreme Racing Stables. And 5 victories this HOF card for Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson. Cupid's Crush is a 4-year-old bay filly by Cupid out of Dazzling Sweetheart. Bred in Minnesota by Mary and Eric von Segern and Barry Butzo. The McGowans are back in the winner's circle with Kevin Gorg to talk about their crush.
Yeah, Cupid's Crush indeed tonight. And again, this was a horse that last time out didn't look herself. So clearly a different racehorse tonight. What changed in your eyes?
You know, I think she was off for, 3-4 months. And when she was at Oaklawn, she needed a break. And tonight, I think she finally got, after her first race, she wasn't in it. Tonight, I think she was in it. She was focused.
Special night for you guys, multiple stakes wins. We talked about Mac Robertson. He has 5 wins on the card. Overlooked in all this is a young jockey, a bug boy, who's kind of learning on the go, and boy, is he doing a good job. Serafin Carmona, 4 wins, including this one. What'd you like about the ride?
You know, he gets out in front. He gives you a chance. And, sometimes you sit too far behind, you can't make up the ground. But Serafin always is up there, giving you a chance to win.
And Vicky, I saw you talk to the groom after the race. You are the horse whisperer. You're the one that does all the heavy lifting behind the scenes. This guy gets all the glory. I'm not going to ignore you. What type of racehorse is this, and how special has Cupid been?
She's a very special racehorse, and, I love all my horses, but she's pretty special.
And she performed on the biggest stage in a special way tonight. The McGowans and Mac Robertson just having their way on Hall of Fame night, and we're all smiling down here in the winner's circle.
Dale. And they're racing. Unrivaled Queen, unrivaled at the break, pokes the head in front with a very fast start. Likewise for Savona, and Thunder's Rock and Roll made the start this evening. Thunder's Rock and Roll on the 3 wide side, and the pace is super hot. After that, Pepper Mill 5 lengths out of it, make it 4. Overtaken by Cupid's Crush, who's on the move. About 4 lengths clear from a scene. Other one in last is Tour Queen, and last by 10. Off the far turn they go. Thunder's Rock and Roll rolls up alongside Savona. Here comes Cupid's Crush with a rush on the 3 wide side, and behind them we have Tour Queen. Check that behind them, Unrivaled Queen. Up goes Cupid's Crush inside Savona. Between them, continuing to battle on gamely as Thunder's Rock and Roll, but left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Cupid's Crush, and that's a high 5 for trainer Mac Robertson, his 5th win tonight.
Welcome back up to the studio in the Dark Star press box. This is our final race of Hall of Fame night. And I want to say one more time, thank you to everybody playing locally and across the country on this very special night. Very special couple of nights to celebrate some of the finest in Minnesota racing and some of the people who have been a big part of Canterbury racing right since its inception. We thank each and every one of you for playing along, and we wish you luck in this final race 12 minutes away. The one on screen is Fire and Spice. She is taking a big drop in class. That was out of optional claimers and allowances, but those were a different group down at Fauner. When she came up here, she showed speed for a little while, and Always Smiling and Savona gave her a test on the front end. And she's dropping down to this level and getting a little bit more distance. That speed should take her a bit further. We've already seen the night that Serafin Carmona has had. He is going to ride her this time. Fire and Spice could face a bit of pressure from her right, but none may have her degree of early speed. We'll just see how far she can carry it. The 2 Steal the Spotlight is scratched. I was kind of against her in the spot, so I spread out, and one of those that I did use is the rather cantankerous looking Perfect Moon. Perfect Moon nearly has won 3 in a row. She was closing in on Chocolate Freckles last time. That is a very speedy filly that got comfortable on the front end. Perfect Moon just couldn't get the best of her that day. It looks like there's a little bit more speed in here, and that should play well into this one's hands. She has shown a little bit of pace in the past, especially here at Canterbury. She can stay a couple lengths off the pace, but with Perfect Moon just to the right of Fire and Spice, I would expect her to sit back a little ways and make one big late run, hope for a little room through, and 4-1 is about what you'd expect on her. Pat's Gal looks for 2 in a row. Pat's Gal usually gets a lot of pieces and she shows good speed, but last time she just blew them away, including Steal the Spotlight on the front end, and she just keeps on going at the same speed. I don't think that she'll outfoot Fire and Spice for the first quarter, but she may catch her by the half. Pat's Gal is very solid right now, and she does land to the outside of that one. That's probably why she's your 9-5 favorite, and Kelsey Haar stays in the irons, the victorious rider last time around. Starlet Cole is the other one, like Fire and Spice, that's on a big drop in class. Last time she was in against 20,000s. I mean, that was a whole different group. They came off the turf. Unrivaled Queen we just saw in the last race, and Starlet Cole really had a tough job in trying to keep up with those early. She couldn't do it early or late, so the drop to this level makes a lot of sense. Now, Starlet Cole was working pretty well leading into that, and she since has put in another good work. So I think if Starlet Cole can handle this track at all, if she has any semblance of the nice 3-year-old that she was last year, she's going to show it here. I put her on top at 5-1, but Dixie Girl 2, just to her outside, is Paul's top selection, and she's 9-1. Kind of surprising. I mean, this filly doesn't usually take money, but you would think with the race that she put into back that she would take a little bit more than she is at the moment. She beat outside runner Run Bambi Run that day, and Dixie Girl 2 can be forgiven for that turf run last time. Yes, she's won on the turf in the past, but last time Pasta Salad Rhonda just blew by everybody on the outside, and Dixie Girl 2 got a little tired chasing the pace. She's back to what she has done pretty well in the past. She's gotten some pieces. I didn't expect her to win today, but you could definitely use her underneath at 10-1. Same thing goes for Run Bambi Run on the outside. This one's cutting back to sprints. She's recently been seen both at Hawthorne and up here sprinting and hasn't had the sticking power. Kind of like the inside horse, you got to question, even in the new barn, if she is going to be able to hang around at the end for a piece, but that price is okay in finding out. I'm going to put her underneath in maybe a try or a super because that's fair enough, but she would really have to take a step forward to beat this group. We'll find out in 9 minutes who is going to cap off Hall of Fame Day as a winner. Remember, scratch the 2, Steal the Spotlight, but we still have Win, Play, Show, Exacta Trifecta, and 10-cent super wagering available. Your 6-5 favorite is the 4, Pat's Gal. And again, for everyone in the press box, Paul Allen, Kevin Gorg, Jeff Madej, myself, everybody in TV, good luck in the finale on Hall of Fame Day, and we'll see you tomorrow for Family Day at 1 o'clock.
3 minutes. Two minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate for the Eddie G.
Hey, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're just gonna bless.
It's race time. 8th race, the lucky last. Fire and Spice for the Rushton gang, favored at 7-5. Riders looking for a nickel. And they're racing. Run, Bambi, run, came out of the gate very speedily. So did Fire and Spice to the inside, and Starlit Cole has really good early speed. Right behind them, Perfect Moon purring along 3 lengths from the front. Run, Bambi, run outside of that. Then we come to Pat's Gal, and Dixie Girl 2 is 9 lengths from it at 14-1. Into the far turn they go. Race 8, CBY. by, and the Hot Jock and Fire and Spice have pulled clear by nearly 1. In second, Starlit Cole shoved on rigorously. Likewise for Perfect Moon. Then we come to Run, Bambi, Run. Pat Scow would have to win 2 in a row from 7 out of it, coming in a bit. And then it's Dixie Girl 2 who is in last. And Fire and Spice is tenaciously trying to hold off Starlit Cole. It is Fire and Spice leading it by 1. In second, Starlit Cole. After that is Perfect Moon. And Perfect Moon's coming on rather quickly. And they're chasing number 1, Fire and Spice. And now it's a high five for jockey Serafin Carmona. That's his 5th win tonight. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Fire and Spice. This one is owned by Prime Time Equine and trained by Stetson Rushton. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for our main man, Serafin Carmona. 5 victories tonight for Sarah Wynn Carmona. Race 8 is official. Extreme Day tomorrow with ostrich, camel, and zebra racing. Do join at about 1 o'clock if you get the opportunity. Otherwise, on behalf of Canterbury Park's management team, those of us in the Dark Star press box and our TV department, and little buddy at the scale, thank you very much for joining us. If you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And they're racing. Run, Bambi, run came out of the gate very speedily. So did Fire and Spice to the inside. And Starlit Cole has really good early speed. Right behind them, Perfect Moon purring along 3 lengths from the front. Run, Bambi, run outside of that. Then we come to Pat's Gal. And Dixie Girl 2 is 9 lengths from it at 14-1. Into the far turn they go. Race 8, CBY. And the Hot Jock and Fire and Spice have pulled clear by nearly 1. In second, Starlit Cole shoved on rigorously. Likewise for Perfect Moon. Then we come to Run, Bambi, run. Pat's Gal would have to win 2 in a row from 7 out of it, coming in a bit. And then it's Dixie Girl 2 who is in last. And Fire and Spice is tenaciously trying to hold off Starlit Cole. It is Fire and Spice leading it by 1. In second, Starlit Cole. After that is Perfect Moon, and Perfect Moon's coming on rather quickly, and they're chasing number 1, Fire and Spice. And now it's a high 5 for jockey Seraphin Carmona. That's his 5th win tonight.